Wow. Look at all these people. What a loyal bunch of folks. Even though sometimes I feel like you might hate me because I speak French or because I don't adhere to your specific ideology. It warms my heart to see you in chat, all of you. Shower thought DM. First chat, first text. Chair stream. Magna says that is not a cat. It was a cat, I promise. Sean is the cat. Of course, Lenore is there as well. Pyro Anarchist. A combined chair, cat, and timer stream. How lucky of you. What a time to be alive. Marjorie is there as well. Temer is there. A throne worthy for a king, the cat. He was like spinning around there. That's why I put him on screen. Hello, everyone. Wait, what's going on? This is not the same shirt they've been wearing for a week now. What happened? I decided to change things up. It's Monday, so I had to get in my business casual attire. The Clumsy Alexandra says, hi. The Clumsy Alexandra, is that the clumsy artist or a clumsy artist? If it's not, I'm sorry to take you for someone else. If it is, welcome to Twitch. And if it's not, welcome to the show, I guess. Godspeed You Speed is also there after the cat left. That is you. Amazing. Damn, I'm remembering so many people on Twitch. WGTA is there as well. Hello, hello. Yeah, the cat left. Leaving you without even saying goodbye. He granted, he didn't really know that you guys were looking at him, meaning he didn't really consent to being eyed down by so many people. He didn't know. It's not his fault. And now the chair was gone as well. Cianzetta is also there. Hello, Cianzetta. I'm early. Yeah. I'm catching up on everything. C'est une langue très mal. Le français est une langue très mal. No, actually, le français was good. Une langue was good. So don't worry. You got the gendering of every word. Good. That is you. You assumed their personality. Oh, I assumed my cat's personality all the way. I know my cat, and I know his personality. Unless you're talking about the Clumsy Alexandra. I did assume it, but I assumed it correctly, so that's fine. Oh yeah, one thing that we're gonna do today. I'm gonna enable alerts. For good or for bad. I'm gonna put it on every single screen. There you go. Again, I'm not sure. Well, no, I'll put it right here. So when we have someone who's following us, we'll be able to thank them. Is that how it works? Am I doing this incorrectly? Because I don't want this to be the way it is right now. There you go. What about here? It's gone. And what about here? It's not there. Perfect. Excellent. How is everyone? Hello, everyone. How are you on this fine Monday? I'm streaming so much, but it's because I'm enjoying it, and also I've been it's forcing me to do an anarchist FAQ and reading it at the end of streams, which means that because I took like a 2-month break for the anarchist FAQ at the channel, so I'm happy to be back, and this is forcing me to do it. And I like hanging out. I like I like this a lot. Today, oh, Clumsy Alexandra says, I'll just say Alexandra, finished my history test today. Congrats, I hope it went well. How is all right, we're going to go into big questions already. How is history taught in your countries? Is it the very specific history of your country, of your province, of your state, of your region, of your continent, of the world? Because the history I had was the history of my province of Quebec. Because we have a pretty a kind of nationalist culture, right? So we didn't learn that much about the history of Canada, not that much of the history of North America, and even less so of the history of the world. 20th century history is not even on the curriculum here. Well, it is for Quebec, but European history in the 20th century, we don't even learn about it in school. I had to learn it on my own. Actually, no, that's not true. We had the kind of history that we can ourselves choose to follow, if that makes sense. Like a class that is an elective. Is that what you guys call it? Elective? So I was able to take a European history class or world history, but it was mostly European or Western history. So in the Netherlands, apparently it's a mix of the history of our country, the history of the continent, and the history of the world. Which to me feels like that's how it should be, right? Wow, yeah. Sianzetta says some conservative MP changed history lessons in the UK so that it was basically only UK history plus World War II. I mean, yeah, you can't really skip on World War II for UK history anyway. No. Alexandra says, well, I'm an archaeology student, so I just learned generally about Mediterranean and specifically for the Illyrian and Albanian history. Well, there you go. That answers the question. I meant more like, yeah, that makes sense. But I meant more like in high school and in college, if you have general history. Yeah, I did not learn about Mediterranean and Illyrian and Albanian history in high school. Marjorie can't stay. Yeah, on a Monday, it's kind of a weird time to stream, right? At 12:30 for people in Quebec. But have a great day. Thank you for being here. Thank you for saying hi. Godspeed You Speeve says, we don't do anything much on Welsh history here. We did USA in the 1920s, Germany in the 20s and early 30s, Britain 1920 to 1950, Crime and Punishment 1500 to present. We only did a small module on Wales being Crime and Punishment 1800 to 1850 murder. I mean, what do you guys think that history should teach? You know, there's I completely understand like the nationalist kind of need to have like a common history, not only like not to do propaganda for Rio's going crazy. I don't know if you can hear him. Not only to do like the fact that it's doing propaganda for the nation and the state is obvious, and that's not what I'm thinking. Yeah, world history, Lenore says, but like there's also like your personal history of your region, right? Especially if that personal history has can inform politics and inform culture or the culture that you live in to understand it better. For example, in Quebec, I keep talking about Quebec, but that's where I am. Knowing about the history of Quebec can really, really inform your politics and class struggle and stuff like that. But very often when history is only about your region or about your nation, the world history is kind of set aside, right? And that also can come with some. All right, cat's going crazy. WGTA says specific country history, Western history, and sometimes specifically East Asia. Really, where are you from? If I may ask. Oh yeah, no, I know where you're from. Didn't I dox you yesterday or before yesterday? But that's just elementary school. That's just elementary school. I went to art high school. That's fancy. Art high school, and I mainly had art history there, so I could not speak for general high school education here. Art high school, eh? Sounds like some bougie stuff right there. Some bougie stuff. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's very it's common practice where you're from. If it is, that sounds really really cool. I sadly had a mixture of everything, and a lot of it was sports, which I hated a lot. Basic education in where is it again? Cilicia. I don't. Yeah, Silesia. Was that you, Silesia? Silesian. I'm looking at it again. Different types of high schools. That sounds fun. It's just that, in regions, I can see how not having I mean there's probably general knowledge high schools and stuff like that. Cuz here there's high schools just in my region right now. There's high schools, but like classes are of 8 children per class cuz there's not that many young people here, as I've said, and as I've complained about quite often. So let's say there was an art high school. Well, you couldn't have any other high school, so everybody would be doomed to doing art, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But imagine if everyone was doomed to doing sports. That would be a bad thing. I can't imagine being doomed to do sports. How damaging that would be. So for this stream, I had a couple of ideas. There's 2 things I wanted to do. First, I was thinking of maybe doing like some final research for my video on wage slavery. The reason why I want to do that is because I'm currently writing the conclusion, and maybe I could add like a little segment to it again, where I would like to see some different takes from different authors, maybe. Because yesterday, when we were reading an anarchist FAQ, if you weren't there, we read an anarchist FAQ, and it talked about authors who were thinkers who were close to anarchism, but who weren't anarchists. And one of those thinkers were talk about wage slavery. They even mention wage slavery without being anarchists, and it's the kind of thing that I feel like I don't really. I don't have different takes on wage slavery. I don't even know if I want different takes. But it could be worth just exploring. I know, pyro-anarchist. I know you are. Which makes me think that you're not a real anarchist. You're just doing it for the... As I've already pointed out, I think you just do it for the, how'd you call it? For the aesthetics. You're just calling yourself anarchist to sound edgy. What you really are is a fascist. I've said it before and I'll say it again. You're a fascist. All right. Yeah, I found it. I found the passage. If I remember correctly, that lady was a woman. No, it wasn't. It was David Ellerman, I believe. Yeah. Oh, Temer. Temer, are you from I'm sorry if you've already said it and I didn't. You talked about Acadia. L'Acadie, are you from like New Brunswick or the Maritimes? Maybe you've already said it. Maybe you don't want to say it, and that's fine if you don't want to dox yourself. A tiny bit of Acadia, Le Grand Dérangement, Crown Colony, Foundations of Canada, World War II, then 1982 Constitution. Godspeed you, Speed. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Real anarchists are pro-slavery. Have you not listened to Isaac? Right? All right. Just one last thing. Isaac, I don't know if I'll find it again. He said something really funny the other day. I probably won't find it. I actually thought it was funny. No, you guys talk too much, actually, in Discord for me to find it again. Not that it's extremely active, but he said something that I actually wanted to respond, but then I just laughed and didn't do anything about it. It was that bad. Must have been yesterday or the day before. But I know he says a lot of things, so yeah, I can't. I'm not going through all of that. Never mind. What was it about? I don't remember. I think it was the minimum wage, Lenore. I think it was about minimum wage. Can you minimum? Oh yeah. There you go. Minimum wage policies destroy jobs and literally come from the eugenics movement. Is that true? I don't want to like. I don't even want to give credence to it, but that just sounds so so crazy. If the minimum job is so great, why not put it to $2,000 and see what happens? Is minimum wage eugenics? Is there like some truth to that? Is that something I don't know? Dora Talk says your French is amazing. Merci. Si mon français était pas comme incroyable, je sais pas, y aurait quelque chose qui serait pas correct avec moi. À moins que t'es français de France ou que tu parles français. I'm gonna lose so many viewers because people hate French in this community. Un français québécois, c'est quand même un français incroyable, même si c'est possible que tu comprends pas. Si tu viens de la France ou quelque chose. Why do they hate French? I don't know. Ask Pyroanarchist. Clumsy Alexander. Ew, French. See? They're just resentful because they it's such a complex and such a refined and such a I guess aristocratic language that they built resentment for it. I mean, it's not their fault, right? It's a mix of jealousy. It's a mix of underprivilege. So listen, we can't really blame them, right? And in this community, we don't believe in free will anyway. Did I get a did I get a notification for the person who just followed me 4 minutes ago? Rotzi? If we did, I didn't see it. But thank you for following. Look at that. I can thank people for following me. We're at 69 followers before going to bed yesterday. And then I wake up and we're at 73 or 72, which is kind of sad, but what can I do? See? Can't believe anyone would speak it. That comes from someone who would love to speak French, but just can't because they don't have the cognitive ability to do it. Superior language, a bit sus. It's not superior. It's just more refined and more cognitively engaging. See, Dortox says, I think it's beautiful. Thank you, Dortox. No, Timmer was in Nova Scotia, but no longer. All of us leave for work eventually. Yeah, it's the same here. Though in Nova Scotia, you can still have some, like Halifax, I guess you can still have some decent jobs and stuff like that, right? All of you leave probably like for Toronto? Do you go that far for jobs? Maybe the real French is the friends we made along the way. Oh. And you know what? People who don't like French, It's because they can't make friends along the way, because they're so bitter that they can't make friends, period. So they don't like French. Is that true, pyroanarchist? The minimum wage apparently was part of the eugenics movement. It was a way to grant more privilege to white people. Let's see if there's any credence to that. I don't believe Lenore. No, I don't believe Isaac. Minimum wage and eugenics. Let's try to find something that's... So here we have American Enterprise Institute. I don't... Foundation for Economic Education. American Institute for Economic Research. Let's see on Wikipedia if there's the eugenics thing. Yeah, there you go. In the United States, the late 19th century ideas for favoring a minimum wage also coincided with the eugenics movement. As a consequence, some economists at the time, including Royal Meeker and Henry Rogers Sager, argued for the adoption of minimum wage not only to support the worker, but to support their desired semi and skilled laborers, while forcing the undesired workers, including the idle, immigrants, women, racial minorities, and the disabled, out of the labor market. The result over the long term would be to limit the non-desired workers' ability to earn money and have families, and thereby remove them from the economist's ideal society. Interesting. I mean, I think it's a bit disingenuous from only this paragraph to say that minimum wage was pushed for eugenics reasons. Maybe some eugenicists supported minimum wage because of that train of thought or that logic, but I don't think minimum wages were adopted for that. Just sounds a bit disingenuous. Yeah, Foundation for Economic Education. I don't know if I want to trust them. I mean, maybe they're good people. Maybe some of them are good people. I don't know. Paraanarchist says, it seems quite a logical origins to me, but just because the concept was used in such a way doesn't mean the current implementation wrong. Yeah, no, it doesn't make it wrong at all. Of course not. Motherfucking Lenore. See, this is why I don't trust you, Lenore. All right, sorry. All right, Lenore's like, hey, I'll link you an article on the eugenics plot of the minimum wage, and I'm like, oh, I'm not sure. Foundation for Economic Education sounds like like they would be a bit biased, right? Oh, Tiltic, hello, Tiltic, welcome, Tiltic. What's going on? Lenore sends me a link that I didn't trust, but I guess they trust because they sent it, right? And then I look Jeffrey A. Tucker, who wrote this article on how on the eugenics plot of the minimum wage. I look him online. Is an American libertarian writer, publisher, entrepreneur, and advocate of anarcho-capitalism and Bitcoin. So what I'm thinking is Isaac actually convinced Lenore of becoming an anarcho-capitalist. And because of that, now Lenore is linking some NCAP articles. So that's what the anarchist and pyroanarchist is, right? Right, Lenore? I'm disappointed. Alexander, Lenore, how could you? Clumsy Alexandra says, hey, maybe I remember it wrong, but wasn't Huxley into eugenics too? Was he? Funny thing, when I read Brave New World, I could not tell if Aldous Huxley was a conservative or not. Nothing about eugenics. Is there anything about... No. I like the controversial segment of Wikipedia articles. Huxley advocated the ideas of eugenics as a sacred ideal and of racial hope, so that religion would advance his ideals of social evolution. Huxley was always at pains to differentiate his views of eugenics from Nazism. Guys, I'm for the good eugenics, I promise, okay? The Nazis were wrong. That doesn't mean that eugenicism is wrong, okay? Let's read a bit. I just want to read quickly this. The eugenics plot of the minimum wage. There really was a white male scheme to exterminate African Americans. In his letter from Birmingham jail, Martin Luther King identifies the government as the enemy of the rights and dignity of blacks. I love when right-wing people quote Martin Luther King Jr. They love quoting Martin Luther King Jr. They love it. They must really, really admire him. He was locked up for marching without a permit. King cites the injustices of the police and courts in particular, and he inspired a movement to raise public consciousness against state brutality, especially as it involved fire hoses, billy clubs, and jail cells. Less obvious, however, had been the role of a more covert means of subjugation, forms of state coercion deeply embedded in the law of history and history of the United States. And they were offered as policies grounded in science and the scientific management of society. Consider the minimum wage. How much does racism have to do with it? Far more than most people realize. A careful look at its history shows that the minimum wage was originally conceived as a part of a eugenic strategy, an attempt to engineer a master race through public policy designed to cleanse the citizenry of undesirables. This framing, I cannot take it seriously. Maybe it's because of the person. I have a hard time believing that. I mean, maybe. But the idea that it was conceived as for a greater plot of trying to, engineer a master race sounds kind of unlikely. No, I was joking, Lenore. I was joking about. I mean, it doesn't mean that he's necessarily wrong, but when conservatives use leftist talking point to push their like a narrative of like a right-wing narrative, to me it always sounds a bit disingenuous, right? Dortalk says, I'm not an anarchist, so why don't you believe in free will? You want me to explain why I don't believe in free will? All right, I will, but after we go through this, I'm interested. I want to know if this makes sense. What is with people in quoting Picasso? No, he quoted Martin Luther King Jr. Picasso is someone different. Martin Luther King Jr. Tiltic was a civil rights activist. He was actually one of the leaders, and Picasso is an artist. They weren't even on the same continent, so Picasso and MLK are two different people. To that end, the state would have to bring about the isolation, sterilization, extermination of non-privileged populations. The eugenics movement, almost universally supported by the scholarly and popular press in the first decade of the 20th century, came about as a reaction to the dramatic demographic changes of the latter part of the 19th century. Incomes rose and lifetimes had expanded like never before in history. Such gains applied to all races and classes. Infant mortality collapsed. All of this was due to a massive expansion of markets, technology, and trade, and it changed the world. It meant a dramatic expansion of population among all groups. The great unwashed masses were living longer and reproducing faster. Yeah, no, it is interesting quoting Picasso. Picasso's very quotable. I even made a video on a Picasso quote because of that. Because people love quoting Picasso. It's the only video I made about one single quote. Parametricus says, but hey, these types of people are still put on pedestals. Friends of mine had to take a semester in economics from a prof who has written an essay called Not Stolen, which is about America supposedly not being stolen from the natives. Guys, it wasn't stolen. It was conquered. It's different, okay? It's not stolen. It's conquered. It's taken by force. Oh, it was freely traded for by him. Freely traded to if it comes when it comes to freedom or freely traded for by for ANCAPs. I don't think it's something that you should trust, right? To an ANCAP, they don't understand the very concept of consent. If you point a gun to someone's head and you trade with them, and that trade somehow becomes very beneficial to you, they'll say, well, if you agreed to the trade, then you consented. And it's a free trade, even though you have a gun to their heads. He also had a very interesting quote, like, sometimes it's not wrong to say that immigrants come over to steal your jobs. Interesting. That is an interesting quote. To steal your job. I mean, listen, to give the most charity to that economics professor, when he says sometimes it's not wrong to say that immigrants come over to steal your jobs, if you say that job markets are inherently competitive, right? And that as an employee, you are replaceable. You're replaceable by anyone who has who can do your job, and your job is at threat for anyone who's going to do your job for cheaper. Yeah, I know. He just meant it in a racist way. I know. I can. If someone writes a book called Not Stolen, or an essay called Not Stolen, about how America it was not stolen from natives. I can assume. But technically, if you are a worker, everyone is there to steal your job. Because you're in constant competition with others to keep your job, right? You have to hone your skills for that job. You have to, if you don't have the skills, or if you're very replaceable, you can't ask for more money for your job, or else someone else can actually take it. He keeps on promoting it. All right, it's not out yet? Interesting. We'll have to. Well, I'll if you get to read it, I wanna know. Maybe he's he's very woke, okay? And he's just trying to grab people's attention by saying it wasn't stolen. And he actually has some really good arguments. All right. This trend worried the white ruling class in most European countries and the United States. Founders of modern literary culture, H.G. Wells and T.S. Eliot, loathed the new prosperity, and various spoke out on behalf of extermination and racial cleansing to put an end to newly emerging demographic trends. As well summed up, the extravagant swarm of new births was the essential disaster of the 19th century. Eugenics movement was an application of the principles of planned society, deeply hostile to free markets. So, if you're hostile to free markets, you are a eugenicist. How many eugenicists do we have in chat? Yeah, maybe he drinks Bud Light or something. Maybe he's woke. He's woke like that. Oh, me. Me. Well, I'm against free markets. I think this is funny. Anyway. I want to see the plan. It was during this period, for this reason, that we saw the first trial runs of the minimum wage in Massachusetts in 1912. The new law pertained only to women and to children as a measure to disemploy them and other social dependents from the labor force. Even though the measure was small and not well enforced, it did indeed reduce employment among the targeted groups. To understand why this wasn't seen as a failure, take a look at the first modern discussion of the minimum wage appearing in the academic literature. Most of these writings would have been completely forgotten, but for a seminal 2005 article in the Journal of Economics Perspective by blah, blah, blah. Progressive economists like neoclassical critics, Leonard explains, believe that binding minimum wages would cause job losses. However, the progressive economists also believe that the job loss induced by minimum wages was a social benefit, as it performed the eugenic service righting the labor force of the unemployable. I guess it's a bit too long, but I guess it makes it. I don't understand what you're saying. LTO Alan 7U7. I'm sorry. I wish I could understand, but I can't. Whatever it is. He's trying to sell me something. I'm not interested. I'm sorry. Oh, God. I love banning people. Holy shit, this is fun. Whew. The thrill of getting to ban someone, even that's just a bot. You can't imagine banning someone who actually deserves it, who advocates for eugenicism in chat. The big brother. But yeah, no, yeah. Oh, we can't underpay people anymore. Actually, that's so the people that we can actually afford, we're gonna afford people who we believe is part of the superior race. I feel like that makes sense. Actually, on my video on wage slavery, there's a slave owner who sees capitalism as a bad thing. I've talked about it on stream before. You've all heard it. The slave owner sees capitalism. He's like, this is really bad. And most importantly, it's going to be really, really bad for black people, because now they're going to have to compete with white people for employment. And if they can't get employment, they basically starve or die. And good luck, black people, to compete for jobs in 19th century America against white workers. That was his argument, because he cared so much for black people. This slave owner, of course. Let's go back to the question, Dortalks. I don't know if Dortalks is still there. They asked, I'm not an anarchist, so why don't you believe in free will? I don't know. I definitely see a link between anarchism and free will. Oh, you're here. There you go. Perfect. I do see a link between anarchism and the lack of belief in free will. But I don't think you need to be an anarchist to not believe in free will. I've talked about it a bit before. And to summarize or to simplify the argument against free will, or why I don't believe in free will. Okay, there's two arguments that I'm going to give. First, I don't believe we have sufficient evidence to believe that we have free will. Right? The positive claim has the burden of proof. So saying we have free will, we need to give evidence as to why we believe we have free will, but we don't. There's only two sorts of arguments in favor of free will. One is that God gave it to us. There's this God-given will that allows us to do good or wrong, and it's how God can judge us. Because if we don't have free will, how can God judge us if we don't make our own choices, right? But I don't believe in God, so I don't believe that this. And then you'd have to prove God to prove free will, and you can't prove God either. So the burden of proof is just displaced to a higher being, to even a higher burden of proof. The second argument for free will is one from instinct. So we feel like we have free will, but to me, the argument of instinct is not sufficient enough to prove that free will exists. We have a lot of instincts about the world that are completely wrong. If you look at the horizon, you will think that it's flat, and therefore, instinctively, if you don't know anything about the Earth, with your instinct, you will think that the Earth is flat. Shut the fuck up, flat earthers. I know pyro-anarchists are probably flat earthers in chat, just because they're contrarian, just because they're edgy. But instinctively, the Earth is flat. And instinctively, the sun rises and sleeps, goes to bed, goes down, and therefore, instinctively, we think that the sun revolves around the Earth. That's not the case. So the argument from instinct doesn't, at least to me, doesn't make sense. So if we want to assume that we have free will, there needs to be interesting, Clumsy Alexandra, you say that. See, there are good slave owners. Chomsky, on a video on wage slavery, talks about how some slave owners would have been good people and stuff like that. We'll look at that video. I might include it in my video. Anyway, now I don't remember what I was saying. I'll just go back a bit. So to me, there's not sufficient evidence so that to say that free will, or to state that free will exists. And because there are so many consequences to the belief in free will, there are many consequences. Free will justifies our punishment as a form of justice in a way. Because if you believe that people are actually if you think that people have free will, then you would be justified in thinking, well, they are responsible for their actions. If you don't believe in free will, you might think that the responsibility for their actions, for their choices, is a little less blurry, right? And therefore, your answers to unethical or asocial actions might be different according to if you believe in free will or not. If you believe that someone murders, if you do believe in free will, you think that this person made the wrong choice because they're bad people, right? If you don't believe in free will, you have to understand that this choice came from an amount of variables that go beyond this person's ability or this person's own agency. And because of that, you would treat the situation very differently. But we never really had that discussion because we've traditionally always believed in God and we believed in free will. But if we don't believe in free will, so many things in society needs to be re-examined. Justice is a huge one. Another one is inequality, economic and social inequality. One of the reasons why we believe that racism is so bad, and one of the reasons we think sexism is so bad, is because they're immutable characteristics. One does not choose to be a woman. One does not choose to be black. So why would we treat people who for characteristics that they did not choose? And because of that, we fight for these civil rights. But we see economic disparity. We see people who are poor, and we attribute very often. We say that it's their fault in a way, and to say that people's poverty and also their affluence, if they're rich, it's also their fault. Well, that comes from free will. If you don't believe in free will, you'll say that someone who's rich or someone who's poor is not poor because they made the right decisions, or, well, I mean, they did make the right decisions, but because they have some kind of, inherent, basically, if you don't believe in free will, you believe that they didn't have a choice in what they did and how they became, in what situation they are now, if that makes sense. So all that being said, if you don't believe in free will, the whole structure of society needs to be re-examined. And we just simply don't have enough evidence to believe that there is free will. And therefore, I think we should re-examine those parts of society that assume free will. Meritocracy assumes free will. Our justice system assumes free will. Many, many things. Hello, Nitai. Hello. It says it's not your first time in chat, so maybe it was a while ago. I'm glad to see you there. So, it's been a while. Yeah, hello. We're talking about free will. I got distracted again. In any case, there's so many things to be, I was saying meritocracy, the justice system. So many things need to be re-examined if we don't believe in free will. And a lot of things are justified on the assumption that free will exists. But I don't think it's safe to make that assumption, especially since we don't have the required evidence to make that assumption. So that's the first argument. The second argument is more of a positive one, right? The first one is to say, we don't know, but there's not sufficient proof to say that there actually is. But the second argument I'll give is about how we actually know that we don't have free will. Okay, there's maybe a third. I'll go with the third really quickly. There's the scientific argument, which personally, there's a lot of scientific arguments about how choices are often made even before consciousness. We would need a neuroscientist to talk about that. There's the whole idea of causality. Everything in the world, everything as far as we know, is either causal or I always forget that word. When it's chance, quantum mechanics or whatever. I don't know anything about quantum mechanics, but from what I understand about quantum mechanics, is that it's random. There's a randomness. There's a random element, and it's not all causal. But whether it's causal or random, there's no space in either of these two for free will, because free will would either, well, it can't be random because it comes from a will, but it can't be causal because again, it comes from a will. It doesn't come from fixed prior. I want to say alternatives, but not alternatives, but I forget the word. Not elements either. Anyway, from prior circumstances, we'll say. Variables. From prior variables. So that's the that's the scientific argument that I'm not going to go into because I don't know the science enough. The philosophical argument, that's the second one. The scientific one was the third one. The scientific argument, which to the philosophical argument that which to me is the most convincing, is the argument that that we only do as we want, right? We'll only do what we want. And we don't choose what we want. We cannot unwant something unless different variables come into play. So let's say I want chocolate ice cream over vanilla ice cream. I can't say, actually, I want vanilla ice cream. Because the want is not something that you will. The want is something that comes from inside of you. If somehow the chocolate ice cream was less healthy than the vanilla ice cream, then you can say, oh, I want the taste of the chocolate ice cream, but I want the healthy benefits of vanilla ice cream. And then those two wants will compete. Which want is stronger than the other, right? Do you want the taste or do you want the health? But the strength of each want is again beyond your control. You don't choose which one you prefer, right? It just is there. If you choose the health, and if they're really close, you might be very, very confused and you might not even know which one you want, right? You might be really, really torn. Do I want the health? Do I want the taste? But eventually the decision you'll make, the decision you'll make, either it's random, you'll just toss a coin, or you'll go with one of the two. And if you go with one of the two, it'll be probably the one that you actually want the most. And that's how I believe all choices are made. Let's say you want to commit a crime, right? So there's a want there to commit a crime. But there's also the want to be free, to not be arrested by the cops and put into jail, right? There's also the want to not be excommunicated by your family. There's not the want to be shamed by your family, your friends, and to be completely I don't know how to say it, hated by your community. There's many reasons why you wouldn't want to commit a crime, right? So there's these two wants that are competing, and there's many different variables. So it's different wants that you can't even compute in your head. So do I want to commit a crime, or do I want to conserve my communal, familial, and friendship bonds? One of the reasons why a lot of people don't choose to do crime is because they want the other things, right, more. And I think that's the argument for free will in terms of philosophy, in terms of wants and desires, can be boiled down to that. I will watch with you. Let's watch something together. We're gonna watch YouTube. We're gonna watch what's Alex O'Connor Free Will. It's with two N's. It's a video from 5 years ago, and I might. You want to watch YouTube? We're watching YouTube. No problem, Door Talks. We're not done. We're not done giving you the explanation. That was amazing. Thank you. The whole idea of want and desires didn't come from me. It came from Alex O'Connor, who was Cosmic Skeptic and who changed it this week. And that was a long time ago. So that's how he looked like 5 years ago. He looks different now. He's a bebe. My initial reasons to not believe in free will are different from these. It came from another experience that I had, or another discussion. But I believe that this one is probably the most convincing because it's the simplest one, and it's probably the most concise one that I can think of. And that if someone doesn't understand why someone would not believe in free will, I think this is the best explanation. It's basically what I just said, but because this is scripted and because this is comes from someone who is, I believe, more versed in the topic than me. We'll look it up. Let me know how the sound is.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Alex, and perhaps because of my impending examinations and the very real possibility of failure, I've been thinking a lot about the concept of free will and whether any of us can really be held accountable for our actions. Now, I've already made a video discussing the implications of life without free will with my friend Stephen from Rationality Rules, who also recently discussed free will with Matt Dillahunty and made his own video on the topic as well. Links are, of course, in the description. But I realised that I've never actually talked openly about why I don't believe in free will, except for my somewhat obscure book review of Sam Harris's book on my website. So I thought that today would be the day. Why? Well, I don't know, and, well, I can't know. That's kind of the thing. I'd recommend that you watch Stephen's video, which outlines some of the more scientific arguments against free will, but to complement that video, I want to take a more philosophical and purely logical approach to the problem. It seems to me that whilst helpful and endlessly interesting, it isn't necessary to reference neuroscience to make a good case against free will, so I won't be doing that today. Now, one of the best known current critics of free will is, of course, Sam Harris, whose short book you should all read. It's what really got me thinking about this originally about a year ago, and who is, of course, a neuroscientist. But
by the way, just a caveat, yes, clumsy Alexandra, this is the anti-king guy. Yeah, he went on Piers Morgan and stuff like that. There's also Free Will by Sam Harris is actually a pretty good book. We can criticize Sam Harris for different reasons, but his book on free will, I've read it a couple of times, and I was always pretty convinced by it. Maybe I should revisit it as with a bit more of a critical eye, but if I remember correctly, it was a really good book, and we can criticize Sam Harris for different things, but his take on free will is pretty strong, if I remember correctly again. Let's go back to the video.
you can also find discussions of free will in the works of earlier philosophers like Bertrand Russell, and for this video I'll be all but ignoring neuroscience. Again, that perspective is covered well by Stephen. So with that out of the way, let's get into this. Here is my case against free will. Now, the first issue that we have to face is, of course, the definition of free will. And since when I'm debating this, I'm the one who's denying the existence of something that someone else believes in, it really needs to be that someone else's definition that I'm using, which is why a video like this can be quite tricky. Now, this doesn't absolve me of any burden of proof. Unlike my passive atheism, I make the active claim that I think free will does not exist. But I can only do this once I'm sure that we all mean the same thing by free will. So for ease's sake, I'll go with the most succinct and least controversial definition that I've been able to come up with, which is this. Free will is the ability to have acted differently. And what I mean by this is that if we were to wind back the clock in any situation, it was completely within the realm of possibility for you to have acted differently to the way that you actually did. For instance, it would have been completely possible for me to have said bonjour at the beginning of this did. For instance, it would have been completely possible for me to have said bonjour at the beginning of this video instead of good morning.
Thank you. All right, muted yourself. All right. Yeah. Sorry. I apologize. I said. Let's go back. Let's do that again.
And it's completely possible for me to have said bonjour at the beginning of this video instead of good morning.
If he said bonjour at the beginning of the video, it would have been a objectively better video. Obviously. And people in chat can agree. I had to redo the whole joke again because I muted myself. I hope the delivery was still as good. I hear bonjour than nothing else. I was so in French we say bouche bée. It's when you're so surprised that you can't even say anything. That's what happened because he said something in French. And leftist, I was also answering Alexandra, who said leftist Ben Shapiro, which is kind of funny, but I don't think he's leftist. I don't think Alex O'Connor is leftist. At least I haven't gotten a leftist vibe from him in his videos. Not explicitly, at least. I mean, he's anti-monarchist and he doesn't believe in free will. So I feel like usually, those are a collection of he's pro free speech, which some people might say it's not leftist, but I think it is. And all these collections of ideas, I think their logical conclusion leads to being more on the left, but I don't know if he would identify with the left. It would have been possible for me to not mute myself. I was wondering if you could hear the feedback of the video through my earphone, which is right next to the mic. All right, I'm sorry. Cosmic Skeptic Natai is definitely a he's part of the. He's not Gamergate, far from it. He's one of the few atheists who never went into feminism from the Gamergate era. Like he's actually like the kind of atheist. Like his whole video, I believe, was focused around atheism. When his whole channel, I mean, was focused around atheism back in the day. But he studied theology at Oxford, so he's, from what I understand, he's a bit more serious about his inquiry into religion than most Gamergate era I don't know, YouTubers. I vouch for him for not being Gamergate-ish, I think. Not all atheists. Hashtag not all atheists, exactly. Yeah, he was like very critical of the king. I'm surprised you saw that, Alexandra. All right, we'll continue. Sorry for interrupting because he was speaking French.
And the choice to say the latter was completely within my control. The idea is that you are in control of your actions, and any decisions that you make are determined only by your own conscious self. But the thing is, there are so many things wrong with this that it's difficult to know where to start. I'll borrow a line of thought from Dr. Harris here. Let's begin by considering what would have to be true in order for us to truly have total free will, to be able to have acted differently. Well, firstly, we would need to be aware of everything that is influencing our actions, including environmental factors, our precise mood, the influence of other people, the influence of past experiences, and more. Secondly, we would need to be in complete control of every one of them. Neither of these are true or even possible. Now, you might concede this, but not think it a problem. Okay, you say, so I can't control all of the factors that led me to like the taste of ice cream, but on a more mundane level, I'm still in complete control over whether I choose chocolate or vanilla. Not so fast. Again, consider this most simple of choices, chocolate or vanilla. Or, if it's easier, consider the last mundane choice that you had to make. Walk or drive this morning, go out or stay in tonight. Think about why you chose one or would choose one over the other. So what would...
We're doing this all for Dora Talks, and now Dora Talks has to leave. Shame. But no, thank you. I'm joking. Dora Talks, thank you so much for asking the question and making me go on this. But the segment will be on Germinal on YouTube, so you'll be able to catch up on what we're talking about. We're almost done. I'll talk after this about other things, about free will. There's yeah, I'll talk about I'll continue on free will. But anyway, you can also join the Discord as Pyro Anarchist says. Just be careful. There's a lot of weirdos on there who like kind of invent ideologies, or I would call a cult, and then try to join, have you to join. I'll put the there. I was gonna put the chat on top of me, but I'm not going to do that. I'll put it right next to me. There you go.
Would make me choose vanilla over chocolate? Well, there is only one possible answer, which I'll elaborate on shortly. I would need to want it more than chocolate. In order to choose vanilla, I'd need to want vanilla. But is this something I can control? Can I control what it is that I want? Not a chance. Consider the fact that you, presumably, don't want to punch your mother in the face. Can you choose to want to do that? This isn't the same thing as choosing to do it. Could you choose to want to? No, no more than I could choose to want vanilla over chocolate. I just want chocolate more than vanilla. That's just a fact about myself that I can't change. But okay, let's go further, you say. Of course, I can't choose to want vanilla over chocolate when I really want chocolate, but what if I just decided, in the full knowledge that I would prefer chocolate, to go for vanilla anyway, just for the sake of regaining my free will and nothing else? Well, I'm afraid you'd still face the same problem.
Violent Serenity says, just got home. How is everyone doing? Hello, Violent Serenity. What are we watching? We're watching something on free will. Free will doesn't exist. I tried explaining it, and I was quite satisfied with my explanation, but I was thinking, hey, might as well watch a video. Might as well hang out, watch a video all together, and understand why free will doesn't exist. And then we can discuss about it even more.
My free will and nothing else. Well, I'm afraid you'd still face the same problem. The exact same problem, in fact. In order to do that, you'd need to want to regain your free will as you see it. Why is your desire to prove a point like this stronger than the desire to have the ice cream you prefer? It just is. And if it happened not to be, you'd have chosen the ice cream that you do prefer. The key takeaway is this: you cannot determine your wants. Think of something you want. Try to not want it. Think of something you don't want and try to want it. It's not possible. And even if
I'm just going to send the link of the Discord in chat. Also, I might ruin this video for you. I've seen I've watched this video a lot of times. When I when I had discussions about free will, I would go back to this video. You can't really see right now. If you ever watch that video again without me, let me hide myself. You know, I've seen this commented before, and I thought it was really funny. You know that Alex O'Connor is big brain, because look how big his books are behind him. If this is the floor that we see behind him, and these are the books that are on his floor, and they're piled up, those are huge ass books.
if it were, in order to change a don't want into a want, you'd need to want it. And vice versa, to change a want into a don't want, you'd need to want to not want it.
Exactly, the shark is life-sized. These books, you could probably literally stand on them or sit on them. Exactly. The bigger the books, the bigger the brain. La Terese says it's not the floor. No, it is the floor. When he reads a book, he puts the book on his lap like this, and then he opens it like this and starts reading. And then when he turns a page, he turns it like this. The thing is, either the books are either the books are really big, or Alex O'Connor is actually very, very, very small. Which is possible as well, right? I've never met the guy. So as far as I know, he's really small and petite. Very possible.
You simply can't control what you want. Now, that's one piece of the puzzle, and it may seem odd to leave it there, but just wait until we put them together. Okay, the next piece of the puzzle is to convince you of this fact, that there are...
Maybe he's as small as Ben Shapiro. We all want Alex O'Connor in our left pocket and Ben Shapiro in our right pocket. And then when we need to make decisions, we put them on our shoulders, and then each of them whisper in our ear. Ben Shapiro says some right-wing cringe stuff, and then Cosmic Skeptic, I don't know his political tendencies, but he says stuff as well, and then you make your decisions as they sit on your shoulder. All right, enough with this. It's weird.
Only two reasons, none more in any circumstances, for which you will ever do anything. In fact, it's impossible for you to ever do anything for any reason other than one of these two. And those two reasons are because you want to or because you're forced to. And this is fundamentally important and worth really understanding and thinking about. You will only ever do anything in your entire life because you either want to or are forced to. That's it. No exceptions. And because of the fact that nobody seems to believe me on this point at first, I'll give you a common objection that I hear all the time. In fact, I recently spoke to ex-NFL player Arian Foster about free will on his podcast. Link again will be in the description once it's up. And he, playing devil's advocate, brought up the following. Consider exercise. Consider going to the gym. Most people don't want to go to the gym, but they do it anyway. Surely this is an example of someone doing something freely and not because they want to or because they're forced to.
So what would be the answer to that? If you understood the argument correctly, you would be able to know what Alex is going to answer. If someone says, if I only do things because I want to because I'm forced, well, why would I go work out if like I don't really want to work out? What will be the answer? What's the rebuttal? Come on, chat. I need you to be big brain. I need. This is going to be a segment. I need you to impress people on the channel. If you don't get the answer, I only read small books, so I have small brain. I'm failing this exam. God. All right. So you know what? Never mind. Never mind chat. People on YouTube watching this, you need to come on Twitch when I do my streams. Because these people, see, they're not paying attention, small brain, failing the exam. These people are embarrassing. I can't. I'm kidding. You're not embarrassing. I really thank you for being here. Please stay. So the NFL player says, if everything I do is because I want it or because I'm forced, if I go to give the answer and then I'll say it, you can make it look like it, make me look smart. No, okay. So the answer is, if someone tells you and you don't believe in free will and you believe that the only ways you can make a decision is either because you want to or because you are forced to, someone is going to say, if someone says, listen, a lot of people go to the gym, but they don't want to go to the gym, right? Well, I would argue, and I imagine Alex is going to do it, because I haven't watched this video in a while, but I've watched it so many times before in the past. He's going to say, well, your want for being in health, your want for having your physique or whatever, there's competing wants, as I was talking about earlier. There's competing wants, and your desire or your want to be fit, your want to be physically, there's different reasons as to why you want to go to the gym, right? And yes, you might not want to go to the gym, but your wants to be fit, your wants to be healthy, your wants to be attractive your want to make your body look as you want it to look, right, is stronger than your unwant to go to the gym, right? Natai, write this all down, okay? You're cheating. You pre-watched the video. I haven't watched that video in so long though. But if you understand it in terms of competing wants, right? I don't want this, but I'm still doing. It's because you actually want something out of it, right? Like, why do I go to work if I don't want to go to work? Well, it's because I want to feed myself with the money that the work is giving me, right? Everything that you do has an underlying want that forces you in a way to do it, or that compels you to do it. Think of anything that you don't want to do. Most of you in chat, I know that most of you in chat don't want to take showers and you don't want to bathe, but you still do. And the reason why you do is because there's like another competing want that gets stronger the stinkier you get. It's that you're afraid that people will judge you. You're afraid that people will judge you for being stinky. So you don't want to take a bath and or a shower, and you'll push it back as long as possible until eventually the want to not be ostracized and hated by the public becomes stronger than you not wanting to take a shower. And then you take the shower, even though you don't actually want to take it. Your want to be to not feel stinky in front of other people is stronger. There you go. That's how I know with Twitch chat talking about, going to the gym is not going to be a relatable experience. So I'll talk about the taking showers. I see. You see, now it makes sense. Nitai says, but does that not invoke free will in the want to be fit? Well, that's the argument. The argument is that if you like, the want to be fit is not a want that you control. You just want to be fit. You can't unwant to be fit. It's just the case that you want to be fit, right? It's not something that you control. And there's different variables as to why you want to be fit, right? It can be if you like it, and those variables are beyond your control and maybe sometimes beyond your comprehension. The reason why you want to be fit could be social acceptance, could be health, it could be social pressure to do it. It could be a need to be attracting to some other people. If you feel lonely, it could be very, very different reasons to want to be fit, or very different variables, which you might not even be aware of, right? But all you know is that you want to be fit. You might be aware of the variables, right? Some people, they want to be fit, they know because they want to look good. And why do you want to look good? Well, it's because, either you want to feel better in your body, you want to feel better about yourself, you want someone else, but all of these wanting to feel good in your body, it's not something that you control, right? Valence Serendi says, the want to be fit is not always free will if it is controlled so much by societal beauty standards. Exactly. Well, I would say it's never free will, right? Like any wants are never free will because they always come from external variables. That's how I see it. That's how Mr. Skeptic sees it. Alex Skeptic. So it can be distilled to more basal psychological functions. I don't know what basal is. I'll just assume it means basic. Psychological functions in a way. Well, in the sense that wants are not a product of the will, or at least they're not the product of a free will, right? Wants exist within your body, despite a will or not, right? Every being has wants, has desires. Animals have wants. But many people would argue that animals don't necessarily have free will. I mean, that's another whole debate, right? But like a dog will abide by what we call instinct, but will always abide by what they want, right? And if they decide, if like even animals will make decisions, right? And those decisions that animals make, it's not an active conscious decision where they actually thinking to themselves in dog language and think, all right, if I do this, do I actually want this? All right, no, actually I want this. All right, actually I prefer this than that. But I know that if I take this, I might have less of that. No, they don't think that way. They think in terms of want. And when they think in terms of want is, well, they don't think. So they just go according to what they want. Do I want this? If I'm risking something, do I want to take the risk? Is my desire or my need for something worth the risk of, do I want to take the risk to want to have this thing that I want, basically? Well, Natai going in with the big brain. The big brain psychology takes Basal is basic, especially relating to the base evolutionary characteristics of clade. Now I don't even know what clade is. I still don't know what clade. A group. Okay. But yeah, no, it's the idea that wants are beyond our control, basically, and that we act according to our wants. And I think this is the answer Mr. Cosmic is gonna give.
Not really. Because there has to be a reason for going to the gym. And for most people, and for Arian, it's something like to stay healthy, to stay in shape, to live longer, whatever it may be. So we have to ask, again, the same fundamental question. Why is...
Thank you. Oh, good thing you're paying attention, chat. Good thing you're paying attention. Wait, you don't want to, like, isn't that what a reaction stream is? It's me watching a video and then you're watching my reaction? No? People want reaction streams, and I'm giving you the reaction that I'm having while watching a video, and then people want to see the video. Make up your mind.
There has to be a reason, because surely this is an example of someone doing something freely and not because they want to or because they're forced to. Not really. Because there has to be a reason for going to the gym. And for most people, and for Arian, it's something like to stay healthy, to stay in shape, to live longer, whatever it may be.
Alexandra says, you should react more. I'm not a very reacting person. I live my emotions and my surprise and all that very internally. That's why I couldn't react to a funny video or something. Because I'd just be there going like, that's funny. I would say that. Sneaky Revenant, hello. Laptoresi says pre-watched. Yes, I have pre-watched, but fake it then. All right, I gotta fake it. All right, I'll try.
It's something like to stay healthy, to stay in shape, to live longer, whatever it may be. So we have to ask, again, the same fundamental question. Why is the desire to stay healthy stronger than the desire to go to the gym?
I don't know.
It just is. Or maybe it isn't. And some people stay at home and eat junk food instead. For these people, why is the desire to sit around or to eat junk food stronger than the desire to be healthy? It just is. Again, remember, you can't control the strengths or objects of your desires. It's they that control you.
Whoa! That was a truth bomb right there. Heads up by the head, like this. Like, actually, this was a good line. That was lots of large movements. I could, if I didn't like this shirt, I would rip it right now, because that was good. Oh my God! You will not believe what he said. But actually, you want me to do the Sojak? The only Sojak I know is this one, and I love doing it. And that's me pointing at the statue that's right there. I love doing that. If I had a green screen, I could do that with Alex Skeptic, but I don't have a green screen. I will never have a green screen. All right. No, enough fucking around. What do you say?
Desire to be healthy. It just is. Again, remember, you can't control the strengths or objects of your desires. It's they that control you.
Exactly. That's exactly the point. So when I was talking competing desires, well, these competing desires, because we all have desires and they're all competing, right? Me streaming is a desire, but it competes with the idea of just chilling in bed or working on the video essay that I should be working on for my main channel. All those desires, right? I could be taking a walk outside. There's millions of possibilities I could be doing, right? And they're all desires with different object. Like every desire has a different object in the sense that it's very different, different situations, and they all have different intensities. But these intensities and the object of these desires are beyond my control. Streaming happened to be at the top of these desires. Clumsy Alexandra just followed just this minute. You weren't following me? Ugh. Did the alert work? Did it go? Did it do something? If it didn't, I'm sorry. But yeah, you don't control the object and the strength of your desires. And because of that, you don't control what you do. Because if what you do is solely on what you want, and you don't decide what you want, then you don't decide what you do. You saw your name? Was no alert? The fuck. Let me go back to. I don't understand why it's not working. It should be working. If it's not working, I don't know what to do. Oh, do I have to launch it? Do I have to launch this? I don't think I have to, right? Is it working? Anyway. Maybe you missed it. I think I took out the sound because I don't want it to be in the VODs, right? I know there's a way to not put the sound in the VODs, but actually, no, I don't think they will be in the VODs. Anyway, I don't even want to take. I don't even want to try it. Violent Serenity says, how would you reconcile this lack of free will via desire with the dangerous ideology of right-wingers who believe it is natural desire for the role of men and women, for instance? Or how are all people just want to be laid, if that makes any sense? Yeah, I think, you know what? Well, no, don't be sorry for the long message. I want to go back to that after. I want to talk about the impacts of free will, or the disbelief in free will, the impacts of the disbelief of free will. And I think the dangerous ideology of right-wingers, for example, is one that is important to view through the absence of free will lens, among other things. Eleanor says, I feel like that is more of an ethical question. Yeah, it's more of an ethical question, but I feel like it's for, well, I'll just spoil a bit the answer, but like understanding that right-wingers become right-wingers because of different variables and different desires which they have no choice on the object and strength of, makes you understand that it's not necessarily their fault. And if they believe in free will, usually. If they don't believe in free will, I mean, it doesn't give credence. Not because you believe in free will that you believe that there's necessarily a natural desires for certain groups of people, right? It doesn't necessarily compute. It's not because I don't have free will that I will necessarily not want to do, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. a lot of people, I don't know if it's the same criticism, but a lot of people will say, if you don't have free will, then why, like, it can lead to, like, to some really dangerous conclusions. Like, for example, if you don't believe in free will, why do anything? And somebody fuck a nobody? Somebody FKA nobody? Hello, says hello. But yeah, very often people will say, well, if I don't have free will, then why don't I just stay on the couch and not do anything? What's the point of doing anything, right? If I don't even choose to do what I want to do. And what if they don't believe, because they don't have free will? Well, you strip agency from people. And if you don't have free will, then you're not responsible for the things that you believe and the dangerous things that you believe. And for when it comes to like natural roles for men and women, for instance, I don't think that because there's no free will that it means that there's natural roles for men and women, right? I don't think it's like, if that argument is put about, I think it's a non sequitur. There's no relationship between the two. You can say that, for example, desires, natural desires for men and women are different from socialization. Maybe some people can argue that there's some natural differences in their natural desires, but you can still argue against it, right? You can still say, well, that's not true, or that is true. I think understanding that there is no free will makes it so that you can understand better why men and women act differently because of the different variables or how they're socialized, how they're educated, how they're brought up, and how their social expectations may affect their behavior, right? If you don't believe in free will and you believe that your choices, your behavior is determined by predetermined variables that are beyond your control, then you have to understand that for both women and men, these variables are going to be very different, especially if you live in a very gendered society. So understanding that there is no free will can explain, at least to me, explains very well the differences between men and women and how they act, behave, and all that. We talked about that 2 days ago, I believe, or 3 days ago. I don't even know. We talked about why women are more religious, right? Not having free will doesn't mean that women are just inherently more religious. It's just in their nature to be more religious because we don't have free will. But we can say that women are more religious and are more into like astrology and stuff like that because of social pressures that are beyond their control, and because we are shaped by social pressures, social expectations, social variables that we're not in control of. Therefore, women will be more religious. And in that case, I think it can be better because it's a better explanation. There you go. I might as well go here, because women are. If you understand that women are the product of their environment, you can change it and can better understand it. If you think that women are just the way they are because of nature, then it stops there. You can't really improve from there, right? You can't really criticize the role of society on the behavior of a specific group. So understanding free will makes it so that you can understand why a specific group acts a certain way according to the culture and of the society that this person is, or that this group of person is evolving through. Somebody says, what have we been talking about? Just free will? I think so far it's just free will. It's free will time. I wasn't planning on talking about free will, but someone talked about free will in chat. We talked about some ANCAP stuff. Pyroanarchist or Lenore became an ANCAP and linked me an ANCAP article. Free Willy. All right, let's go back. Let's finish this video.
And if that doesn't unease you, repeat those words again to yourself until it does. So even when you don't want to do something but you do it anyway, this is only ever because of a stronger and equally uncontrollable desire to do something that requires you to do it. In other words, all of your actions really are controlled by your wants. And I really mean this. This is what really convinced me of the non-existence of free will. If you aren't convinced that everything you do is either because you want to or because you're forced to, please pause the video and just really think about this. I promise that any example you can think of has a hidden want lying behind it. Leave an example in the comments if you have to. I'm sure someone else can find it if you can't. So now, as promised, let's start putting this together. There are two reasons you will ever do anything: because you want to or because you're forced to. Of course, if you're forced to do something, then you're definitely not acting freely, and nobody would deny that. So that just leaves your wants. But, well, we've already concluded that you can't control your wants, so actions motivated by wants aren't really free either. So being forced to do something isn't free will, and wanting to do something isn't free will. But being forced or wanting to do something are the only reasons why you do anything. Hence, free will is conclusively an illusion. Now, I use the word illusion purposefully here. One thing that nobody needs convincing of is the fact that we all feel like we do have free will. I certainly do, and so does Sam Harris, and so did Bertrand Russell as far as I know. But then, I suppose, so would an artificial intelligence that we've programmed to feel as though it does have control. And what really is the difference between
Big brain Alex Skeptic, who brings up artificial intelligence 5 years before it was even cool.
a mind made of silicon and one made of flesh in relation to liberty of thought? Well, that's a topic for another video, or perhaps an episode of Black Mirror, but you can...
Oh, right. I need to be more reacting, as La Terese puts the... it's like, oh my God, he predicted it. He knew. Oh my God, I can't believe this. What else? What else do I say to give reaction for a reaction stream? Yeah, a big gasp, a big audible gasp.
You can see that this illusion is incredibly important. So I just want to briefly explain why I think we feel this illusion. So firstly, and most obviously, it's easy to see that this illusion is mightily beneficial to our evolution as a species, and I personally have a similar speculative view of the emergence of free will to my view on the emergence of consciousness as a whole, that it only exists because it aids our survival, but it's become so complex and ingrained in our biology that we feel strangely apart from it and have developed the fortunate or unfortunate side effect of self-awareness, depending on who you ask. But more than this, I think it's because there really is a difference between jumping and being pushed. That is, there is a difference in experience between being forced to do something and doing something because you want to. Now, this is something that Matt Dillahunty has alluded to, and in fact, I'll play a short clip of him here. Now, this soundbite was also responded to by Stephen in a response that he made to Matt, a third video he's done on the topic. But again, though agreeing entirely with Stephen, I have more to add as well.
I'm talking about it from a conceptual standpoint. And the example that I'd used in New York was if Sam jumped off stage, that would be him as an agent taking an act of volition. It doesn't matter if it was predetermined by the universe or not. But alternately, I could throw him off the stage. And the difference between those two events sums up everything that I think is valuable about the notion of free will.
Now, this is why I wanted to be precise in my definition of free will, because for many people, the first definition they think of is the ability to do whatever you want. But I think this is misleading. This, however, is the definition I think Matt is implicitly using here, and I'll explain why. To be clear though, I don't think Matt is wrong per se, and his conversation with Stephen cleared a lot of this up, but this clip is still representative of a popular view nonetheless. The reason I think there's an experiential difference between jumping and being pushed is because if you're defining free will as the ability to do whatever you want, then you're exercising free will by jumping, but not by being pushed. But just think about that definition. What does it mean to do whatever you want? Remember, you can't control your wants, so by doing what you want, you're just acting in accordance with something that's out of your control. It's more accurate to say, rather than you can do whatever you want, that you can only do what you want. Of course that's true, we've already covered this. And it's not freedom to be told you can do anything as long as it's this. The takeaway from my video today to conclude this whole complicated and fearful affair should be this. Yes, you can do whatever you want. You just can't choose what it is that you want. And where's the freedom in that? If this video convinced you, consider why. If not, consider why not. It's out of your control. What I'm saying will either convince you or it won't, and you don't get to decide on that. But whichever way you fall, why not try exercising your free will by hitting subscribe and by watching my discussion with Stephen about the moral implications of all this? And be sure to watch his free will debunked video too, which should...
There you go. And as Nitai says, we are all organic machines responding to stimuli. That's how I understand ourselves. And because of that, yeah, I don't think that we have this this metaphysical ability to transcend the laws of nature, to do as we will, when everything else and everyone else just respond to stimuli in very often very predictable ways and causal ways. Skill Wars says, "How dare you streaming when I'm sleeping? At what time do you sleep? Hey, you're all the way in the east, like in Europe and stuff." All right, but yeah, no, I think it's an important topic and it's an interesting one, and it's one that we can apply in our daily life in good beneficial ways. And this is going to be the cliffhanger because I'm going to go to the bathroom, and while I go to the bathroom, I want you to anticipate how can the knowledge, yeah, like in court, exactly, but like more like in how can this knowledge that free will doesn't exist, or at least this opinion or this worldview that free will doesn't exist, can impact me, my beliefs, and the way I interact with the world. Stay tuned because the answer will surprise you. Am I doing a good job at this? All right, be right back. Chair stream. The chair is gone. No. The chair is gone. I took care of it. My desk is a standing desk, and maybe eventually I'll stream standing up, and then you won't have a chair. You will not get to see the chair. It will be gone. I wish. Huh. Huh. How do you do polls? I want to do a poll. I just don't know how to do polls. How do I do a poll? All right, I want to do a poll. How's everyone holding up? Are we all comfortable? Are we having fun? You're back on your nonsense, I see. Outlets be like. All right, so we're commenting on my outlets while I'm gone, eh? Leave my outlets alone. Those beauty standards. They're even being applied on the outlets. Temmer says our brains are part of nature and cannot be divorced from causality any more than a rock can choose not be broken when a hammer hits it. I agree. I agree with that. No, not a poll about hydro versus pyroanarchy. Oh yeah, let's do it. The outlets have a more dramatic reaction than me. Hey, look, guys. Holy shit, it worked. Chabs 56. You did not expect that, but I got really hyped when I saw your name on top of my right shoulder, which is where Ben Shapiro was sitting. A couple alerts. Alerta, alerta. All right. Wait, how do I do this? So do I do this, then a browser, and then I go poll? Is that it? Then I go this. All right. Now, whoops. Okay, now how do I do this? Time to unfollow and refollow? Is that how it works? If that's how it works. Welcome back, Shower Thought DM. Welcome back. All right, poll now. No, not polls from Poland. It says start a poll for people to. Can I do it? Maybe if I don't know how to do polls, maybe I should try to learn on stream. Streamer tools. I have no idea how to do this. Is it an extension? Polling. Install. Activate. I don't want to break the stream though. All right, you know what? Fuck it. No polls. Oh, there's an air anarchist now. You make a poll by pasting your stream key in chat and waiting. All right, hold on. Where is the stream key? All right, stream key is right here. Why is nobody stopping me? Why is no one stopping me? Do you just not like the stream? Okay, Temmer. Thank you, Sneaky Revenant as well. I was like, are these people just gonna let me put the stream key? Right, I'm on the creator dashboard right now. Polling. All right. you believe in free will? Option 1, yes. Option 2, no. All right. Does this work? Do you guys see the poll? And where do I see that? Okay, I can only show the results once it's done. Do you guys see it? Do you guys see the poll? Are you voting? What is free will but a label? You don't see it? Oh, it says, do you believe in free will? No is a winner at 100%. Someone did vote, I think. Close voting and show results. End poll. Cianzetta did vote. All right, we'll do it again. Oh, do I have to save settings? Do you see the poll now? You gotta hover over the video. Oh, okay, people are seeing it. Amazing. All right, voting. I don't even see the results though. All right, one day I'll be able to show them. It should be shown on screen right now, but it's not. Where is it? You know what? Never mind. This I'll figure it out eventually. It says that the winner is no, I don't believe in free will at 100%. It's over the chair. Does it not work on mobile? Fuck it. I want to know how many people did believe in free will or not. You know, fuck the poll. If you believe in free will, say yes. If you don't believe in free will, say no. Do you believe in free will? In chat, go. I'm not going to judge you. It's okay if you believe in it. I just want to see like how much. Of course. Alexandra being a centrist. Not for now. You said not now, but it's the kind of question that a lot of people don't think about at all, because it's not the kind of question that often is asked, right? A lot of people don't believe in God, but the only reason you can't believe in God if you were brought up with the belief of God is if people ask, do you believe in God? I believe so. If you never ask, do you believe in God? Maybe you can develop the disbelief in God, but it's going to be less. It's going to be less prevalent, right? It's going to be less. It'll come less instinctively. So it's important to ask the question, because often people don't actually examine their beliefs, at least for free will, because it's something that we feel like we always have anyway. So how can it impact your disbelief? How can your disbelief in free will impact you, your decision making, your interactions with the world, the way you view other people, and maybe even your politics? A lot of people will turn to being doomer, as the young people say. They'll feel like there's like a fatalism to not believing in free will, which I understand, right? If you're like, I don't make any of my choices, and how I will end up in life is the result of variables that I don't even choose. So what the fuck is the point of even interacting with the world if I don't even get to choose anything, right? So it makes it turns to a fatalism that might just make you feel like, in extreme cases, that what's the point of living? Am I even living if I can't even make my own choices, right? But I'm here to tell you, not believing free will or because again, beliefs are not a choice either, right? You can't choose to believe something or not. So you don't even choose to believe in the fact that free will exists or not. You don't choose to believe your politics even. It's not a choice, right? It's a belief is just there. It's something that you either believe in or not. So I think it's important to talk about Violent Serenity says, when structures dictate how people behave, changing the structure for a better outcome is important. And in this case, it's not just if we change the way we conceive of ourselves and our choices, I think there's an importance to say, hey, listen, it's not all doom and gloom. It's not fatalistic. Right? It's easy to think that not believing in free will robs you from freedom, robs you from the ability of actually living a fun life where you feel like you can interact with the world in a free way, right? But it's not the case. I've done this comparison in the past, but with God, a lot of people say, if God doesn't exist, right? If I don't believe in God anymore, I'll be lost. I'll be alone in this world. God was always there looking after me. God was there to tell me right from wrong. Without God, what stops me from doing evil, from doing wrong stuff, right? What do I turn to if I want to have agency in my life? If I want help in my life, right? So it's easy for someone who's for example Christian to see the disbelief in God as something fatalistic. Oh, you don't believe in the afterlife? So what the point is, what is the point of living, right? If after death you're just dead, you're as alive as you were before you were born, what's the point of living? Right? A lot of Christians will see the death of God or the disbelief of God or the disbelief of the afterlife as something very fatalistic, as something very bad, right? But you can turn it you can see it as something good, while knowing that there's no afterlife forces me to really, really enjoy the life that I'm living right now, knowing that it's finite, right? The fact that I don't have to rely on someone else to tell me good from evil or evil from good, the fact that I don't have to go to a superpower, not a superpower, a power that's above you to tell you what's good and right. Well, I have to determine it for myself. And I have to develop my own way of interacting with the world that's much more engaging, because instead of being from revelation, it needs to come from thought and actually engagement with the world, right? So there are good things about dropping a system of belief that seems to be actually comforting. And in terms of free will, if you don't believe in free will, and here's what I'm going to be, here's how it makes you, I believe, better. If you don't believe in free will, you understand that your choices, your outcomes will come from variables that you have no control over, right? However, just listening to me right now is a variable. I can influence your life. You can influence mine by chatting. You can influence other people's lives, and other people will influence yours, right? And with that realization, I'm giving you a new desire. I'm unlocking a desire, and maybe you already had it before, but that desire is to select and filter the variables that influence you. And once you understand that filtering and selecting the variables that will influence you and that will shape your decision making and pretty much your future, once you understand that variables basically create who you are, then you develop the desire to filter and select these variables. So now that you know that free will doesn't exist, you may want, as O'Connor was saying, you may want now to read books. You may want now to feed your brain with as much information and experiences, because you know that your choices, your actions, your behavior, your very personhood is determined by the experiences and the different variables, the information that you know, your knowledge, your experiences. Your very personhood is determined by these things. So now you can shape who you are knowingly by feeding yourself with the information that you want, right? And knowing that that free will doesn't exist is a desire, like unlocks a desire for you to feed your personhood with variables that you want to shape your world with, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. But to me, I see it as extremely liberating. I see it as a way of developing an identity in a more concrete way, right? You can develop an identity freely, right? You're alone in the world. You're free. You can do whatever you want, and you believe your identity is a creation of your own volition. But understand that your identity is actually the creation of various variables and factors of life. Then it will make you seek out as many factors of life, as many variables as you can consume, and as you can consume is a very capitalist word, as you can absorb inside your being to create the most nuanced, the most detailed version of yourself that you can. Because you can't do that from your own volition, from your own freedom, right? Because your brain is as limited as the amount of information that you give it, as the amount of experiences that you give it. So knowing that free will doesn't exist makes it so that you have now all the reasons to become the better version of yourself. Because now you know how to do it. And how to do it is by, again, amassing knowledge, amassing information about the world, amassing experiences, right? Do things that you've never done or you've never thought you'd be doing, because that will influence the way you make decisions and will influence your very being as a person. And I think that helps give you back the agency that you think you might have lost by not believing in free will. Because again, you don't get to choose what you want, right? You just do as you want. But once you have the want to I don't know, to develop your personality, to develop your identity, and if you know that free will doesn't exist, then this want is going to make you get more variables that will better inform you on the wants that, you know, that are better for you. All of that, I feel like I repeated myself a lot, but I hope that this makes sense. Temer is really right in saying movies are linear and predetermined well before I watch them. I still enjoy watching film. Experiences are worthy on their own. Absolutely. That's a really nice way to say it. Good job. I hope this all makes sense. I'm not French, Alexandra. I'm from Quebec. So, and now to talk about the political aspect of not believing free will. I've had a discussion with Anarch, right? The discussion with Anarch is on YouTube if you ever want to watch it on Germinal. It's also on Anarch's channel. We talked about free will, and we talked about how, if I remember correctly, we talked about how free will actually made me. It was one of the factors as to how or why I became an anarchist, because not believing free will makes it so that you think, all right, people will act uncooperatively if they're incentivized to live uncooperatively. And I believe that we should be as cooperative as possible, because the more we're cooperative, the more happy we'll be. The more unalienated we tend to be. The more, the freer we become. We tend to be, because competition forces us to do things that we don't want to do. Cooperation is positive. Competition is negative, at least in my worldview. And that turned me to anarchism in many different, like through very different ways. But understanding that people are the result of variables that are beyond their choosing made me think, all right, well, let's make it so that the variables that are out in the world are as best as possible to develop and to develop everybody's potential as best as possible, because everybody's potential, if it's developed, is going to affect me in a very positive way as well, because again, other people are variables to how I can develop myself. So if my community is freed, then I'm free. Bakunin wrote this. A lot of anarchists believe this. So I became an anarchist because of my disbelief in free will for those reasons. I believe that when it comes to people's beliefs and people's actions as well, not believing free will forces you to develop an empathy, forces you to develop a critical eye as to why people believe or why people act the way they do. Right? So if someone is right wing, right? There's reasons why they're right wing. There's reason beyond this person that they're right wing. The same way there's reasons beyond me that I'm left wing. And trying to understand with empathy why these people are there, and it forces you to also understand the variables and perhaps tap on these variables to convince someone or to sway someone one way or another, right? So if you understand that someone is more right wing because of I don't know, nationalism as one of the strong contributors to why they're right wing, well, perhaps you can discuss nationalism and try to break it down and deconstruct it with that person if they're open to it, right? So that's something that's possible as well. Understanding that there's no free will also forces you to adopt a systemic analysis of social problems, because now social problems are not the Christian argument that if there's evil in the world is because people make evil decisions. It can't be God, right? It's just because people make evil decisions. It's people's choices. The problem is because we gave them free will. But when you don't believe in free will, where does suffering comes from? Where does it come from? Where does suffering, evil, blah, 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 all these things, where does it come from? It forces you to adopt a systemic analysis of the world to try to understand why people behave the way they do, why systems incentivize behaviors the way they do, and things like that. There's so many things, so many benefits to not believing in free will. So now you get a different outlook on why people believe the way they do, but how they act the way they do as well. So you can look at crime in general, right? A lot of crime, and especially crime, for example, that come from the bourgeoisie, rich people. Why does crime happen, right? Is it because they're too greedy, because they're evil or whatever? Well, the reason why they do crime is because they're incentivized to do crime. If you build a system that rewards amassing wealth, well, people will amass wealth at whatever cost possible. And understanding that these choices of trying to amass wealth as much as possible at the expense of the well-being of others, understanding that if a system rewards that, people will do that. Because people don't have free will. So that's another thing. There's probably other benefits. Oh yeah, maybe one last one that I just forgot about. There was one last one, but I don't know anymore. I'm sorry. So this is why I don't believe in free will, and that's why I believe that it's beneficial to not believe in free will. I'm sure there are other reasons why you shouldn't. But to go back to my main one, I believe, the one that's the most important the main reason why you shouldn't believe in free will is because I think it enables a better understanding of systemic problems and a better understanding of why you are the way you are. And even more importantly, it unlocks the potential for you to to create the best version of yourself in a very self-help kind of way. There you go. So thank you, I don't remember what their name was, for asking the question. Someone asked a question and I said, go watch my segment about it. It's going to be a very long segment, but I think it's an important one. So whoever it was, thank you for the question. Free will is something I'd like to talk about. I wanted to make a segment about it, but I never really, because it's such a complex topic. But I'm happy we did it today. Amass friendships, not wealth. An anarchist society based on amassing friendship and understanding. Malatesta, like at the end of one of the chapters, he's like, a society of friends is a society of anarchy or something like that. And I thought that was really cute. Malatesta is very cute. Oh, right. Me talking passionately about free will because I'm very passionate about the subject. Makes me want to stretch. Because now that we're done, there you go. So how's everybody been? We've been streaming for like about 2 hours and 20 minutes. I see a lot of people spamming some Bud Light logos in chat. While I like politics and find people interesting, can I be an anarchist in the woods away from people? We can be a society of friends from a distance. Yeah, of course you can. There's the but that comes from more of an individualist anarchist kind of perspective. But of course, like, you can't forget the fact that everything that you can benefit from comes from, collectivity. No person is an island, and no person can live as an island, I believe. And I believe it's something that we can't really forget. It's easy to perhaps adopt that framework because we are brought up that way, right? We're brought up very isolated, just from all the way from our urban planning to the way that everyone is in competition with each other. But I think perhaps like a society of friends, as Malatesta would put it, a society that's based on cooperation, is one that would incentivize the social like being social in a way, right? When you're doing your 9 to 5 and you have the mother and the father, or the two mothers and the two fathers, or the two non-binary people, or whatever, when the two adults of a family have to go to work 40 hours a week, if not more, and then they have to take care of the children, take care of the house after their shifts, that's a lot of work. And if you have children, it's even more work. So the social, this being social is less and less, not even like incentivized. It's less possible, right? It's not my parents' fault, but I wish I was brought up in a family that had friends over every maybe not every day, but like a couple of times a week, to be socialized, to be very to be comfortable in public and stuff like that. But my parents had to work a lot, and when they're not working, they have to take care of the house, they have to take care of the kids. At least when women didn't work, when the father was back home, because back then it was mostly heterosexual couples, Women at home, father goes to work. The women at home, they were at home all day. They were doing a lot of housework and taking care of the kids. The kids very often, the mothers, there was, you could have sociability because all the other mothers were also at home, right? And it could get really boring at home. There's a lot of studies on housewives being bored out of their minds. And the husbands, when they came back from home, well, they didn't have to do housework when they came back from home. And they still have to take care of the kids. But now that both parents work, now when they come back from work, both of them have to do the house chores. So there's no free time to socialize as much as there was back when women didn't have to work. I'm not saying that it means women go back in your kitchens and all that, but it's just something that we need to take in historical perspective, right? Hello, Krenna. Stopping to say hi. Hello. Thank you for stopping to say hi. It's very nice. But that's something that, that my that living here in this very, among a lot of old people, right? Living with them and like talking to them and understanding that women being at home was such a different lifestyle than women working. And it's not just about, women's emancipation and right to work, but it changes the whole fabric of society in a way that now, since when you come back to work, both of them, need to do housework. Now both of them have less free time. Now everybody has less free time, meaning you have less of an incentive to socialize with other people because you're always fucking tired, right? Because now you're doing the house chores and labor at home, labor at your job for 40 hours a week. Back then, you either did one or the other. Now you do both. You do the house chores less, and even then, a lot of women do more house chores, and both just work more in the 40-hour week, giving both of them more labor to do and less free time than they could, meaning less interaction with the community, with other people. So all of that to say, violent serenity. I think in a world where people have more time to just chill and socialize and all that, a lot of the kids and the bebes will be brought up in a more socialized world. I wasn't brought up in a socialized world, right? I was brought up with a family who, we kept to ourselves. We didn't know our neighbors. We didn't have time to learn about the neighbors. Sometimes on the weekends, we could talk or something like that, but it was never, oh, come join for supper, right? You live some very busy lives when you have some very important jobs. So it makes it so that I was never brought up with the idea of, meeting a lot of people and having people over to eat and going to other people's to have supper, right? Or to have dinners and stuff like that. Yeah, Timur says, socialism in a society without sociality, this makes manifesting your self-interest through social action near impossible. Yeah. It's important to understand that, like, right now, of course, we see the other not as enabling, but very often as either restricting, like in terms of like, you don't want to, you might not want to go to a supper with your neighbors or whatever, or your friends, not because you don't like them, but because you're like, all right, I'm too tired. Like, seeing some friends now is more draining than it is accomplishing, or than it is fulfilling, right? I'm sure for a lot of people that's how it is. Sometimes I'm like, all right, I can't go see I can't go see people because like I'm too drained. And I don't even do like a your standard 40-hour work week. So someone who does, and a couple who does that, right? It's understandable that, yeah, I don't like the friends, I love them, and yeah, we can do some activities on the weekends, but like I don't want to see them tonight. I'm too tired. In a world more socialized, we will feel less tired to talk to friends, because talking to friends will be an essential part of humanity, and of the human experience, which it should be, as it should be. Yeah, somebody has it right. Socialism is friendship. Friendship is anarchy. Anarchy is understanding that there is no free will. Exactly. Exactly. And one of the sad parts, the really sad parts of our social circle being now restricted to two people, basically, or to the family unit. There's no more community unit as there used to be. Is the fact that when the other person dies, you find yourself completely alone and without the habit and the routine of seeing other people, right? Which makes there some very sad situations. So let's expand our units, not from the family, but to the community, to friends. Right now, it's a bit hard because it can be very draining. But in a world where this is prioritized and becomes one of the duties and not a luxury, then it will be something that we'll all do. And because we'll all do it, we'll feel less the need, as Violent Serenity said, to fuck off in the woods and not talk to anyone. We have so many people back. Look at that. Shower Thought DM is back. Zgir Woj is back. Pyro Anarchist is back. The trolls are back, I imagine. All right, they're not back. Zgir Woj is not back. Good. I'm mean to Zgir Woj. I was mean yesterday. I felt bad. At the end of the last stream, I was like, I told Zgir Woj to like fuck off or something, and then after I ended the stream, I felt bad, and I was like, I'm joking, but what if like they think I'm serious, and they think I told them like to fuck off, and then I just ended stream like that. I was. What if Zgir Woj is very fragile? I know, right? Shower Thought DM says the bus has no Wi-Fi. You have buses with Wi-Fi? Consider yourself lucky just for that. You have buses, period? I don't even have buses. Okay, there you go. Zgir says, you better tell me to fuck off again, or I will fuck off. Okay, perfect. Reverse psychology, right? That's what happens with trolls. If you want them to do something, you have to tell them to do the opposite. Somebody says, I want to marry all of my close friends and live in a house together, based on a lyric from the band of Montreal, which is very LGBTQ. Is the band called Of Montreal? I do not know Of Montreal. Yeah, pop band. Are they from? Is an American, and that is that what people call? Yeah, that is what people call cultural appropriation. All right, Alexandra, thank you for stopping by, and thank you for following the stream 58 minutes ago. Thank you. Look at that. of Montreal is an American indie pop band from Athens, Georgia. Founded in 1996, which is when I was born. Named after a failed romance between Barnes and a woman of Montreal. I hope that this woman was French. That's the only thing that matters. Founded of Montreal, allegedly naming it for a failed romance with a woman in Montreal, Quebec. That's it? How... Alright, consider me disappointed. You're leaving, Yawaj? Alright. Fuck off. Get out of here. Fuck out of here. They're imposters. They're not even really from Montreal. But yeah, somebody saying I want to marry all my close friends and live in a house together. It sounds really idyllic. If I had friends, I would do it. I don't know how to take that. Yeah, we don't have any more sarcasm shown on screen. I'm sorry. All right, what do we want to do now? I didn't plan on looking into free will for 2 hours on stream. We're all friends except Mr. Germinal. You know, that's like every anarchist and every leftist group, right? What bonds us together is the hatred for something else. Every right-wing group as well, right? So everybody hates capitalism, and that creates the friendships of hating capitalism. Here, everything you hate is me. Yeah. That's the thing. We don't like Mr. Germinal, and we look at Mr. Canvas with so much, with our rose, is that it? Our pink glasses. Mr. Canvas was so nice. Mr. Canvas was so great, and Germinal is like an arrogant prick who tells us to fuck off and stuff like that. Bring back Mr. Canvas. The quotes to fuck off. Rose-colored glasses, or rose-tinted glasses, is that it? This is like a split personality. Yeah, exactly. All right. So, no gods, no masters, including Mr. Germinal. I mean, you're on my stream. All right, I had 3 things I wanted to do. So perhaps doing some research on wage slavery, perhaps just in the anarchist FAQ, to see if there's any interesting anarchist takes, or maybe books that I can look into, maybe off stream, on wage slavery. There was also obviously we're gonna read the anarchist FAQ. There's 8.4.2. Are there any liberal thinkers close to anarchism? But that will be at the end of the stream. And there's another thing, but I don't know if I want to actually do it. But there's this book called this one. You probably know it. Who Moved My Cheese? And it's so short that I was thinking maybe I could read it on stream, though it might be copyrighted. But it's so short. It says here 94 pages, but what I saw online wasn't 94 pages. It's the kind of like, I've been recommended this article, this book. And the reason why I was recommended it is because it says that instead of asking why so Who Moved My Cheese is like a motivational business fable. Instead of asking you why you lost your job, instead of asking why your conditions are not good, just act and make your conditions better. That's basically the whole point of this. And I was criticized by someone in my family for asking questions too much like why, right? Why are people making, why are billionaires so fucking rich and we're so fucking poor compared to them, right? Why does the system seem so biased towards their success and so averse to ours? Why does our system put us in competition against one another when cooperation could make us so happy? And this Who Moved My Cheese, an amazing way to deal with change in your work, in your life. So if there's something that changes in your work, in your life, the conclusion is, and I'll spoil it, I'm sorry, is, well, the way to deal with change in your work in your life is not to think about it, think of how, why, and all of that. It's just continue, continue the grind, because it doesn't change anything to ask why. And the allegory of the fable, as they say, is that you have mice who, I think they're in a maze and they're going for the cheese, and then the cheese is displaced. Spoilers, fuck. The cheese moves, and then the two mice, instead of going for the cheese after it moved, they asked themselves, who moved it? Why did it move? And Mr. Johnson says, well, if the mouse, instead of asking why it moved or asking questions, just went for the cheese and went back to look for it, they'd be better off, right? Because they'd be closer to the cheese than if they asked why it moved. Did they change? There was like criticisms of it. Did they take it off? Did they take it out? I remember there's a criticism. Oh, there you go. In the corporate environment, management has been known to distribute this book to employees during times of structural reorganization or during cost-cutting measures in an attempt to portray unfavorable or unfair changes in an optimistic or opportunistic way. This has been characterized by Barbara Ehrenreich in her book Bright-Sided: How the Relentless Promotion of Positive Thinking Has Undermined America as an attempt by organizational management to make employees quickly and unconditionally assimilate management ideals, even if they may prove detrimental to them professionally. Ehrenreich called the book the classic of downsizing propaganda, and summarizes its message as the dangerous human tendencies to overanalyze and complain must be overcome for a more rodent-like approach to life. When you lose a job, just shut up and scamper along to the next one. A Dilbert cartoonist, Scott Adams, said that patronizing parables are one of the top 10 things he received complaints about by email. Adams' retort to the message in the parable is that it is a patronizing message for the proletariat to acquiesce. What's Dilbert? Oh, that's Dilbert? Scott Adams is based like that? He's left of Bernie Sanders? Okay. Anyway. So I was thinking of maybe looking into that. And that's the interesting thing. Somebody FK anybody says the humans moved the cheese and will continue to move it. Exactly. So maybe the rodents should ask, hey, did someone move the cheese? Because like we could keep going for the cheese, but if they keep moving it, it doesn't change anything. Maybe we should look at the rigged system instead of playing the game. Temmer says, like Socrates said, examining life will stop you from getting that cheddar. Exactly. pyroanarchist being you know what, we'll try to read it. All right, we'll skip on reading anarchist FAQ, and we'll skip on reading the bread book for today. We might read the bread book no, I don't want to stream tomorrow because I want to work on the video. On Wednesday we'll read the bread book. Yeah, so let's go on libgen. No, actually, let's buy the book. Right, we're gonna buy Who Moved My Cheese. We're definitely not gonna go on libgen. It says here 39 pages, and the pages are not very full. This is the kind of thing that people pay for, as I have paid for right now to read it with you. Have a pleasant day of violence and serenity. Thank you for your contributions in chat. Hopefully this isn't copyrighted. I think it's fine to read articles when they're paywalled, right? On streams. So this should be the same. Fuck it. This is going to be new. And if this doesn't work, yeah. If I read this and I can't publish it because it's like it's a book that's copyrighted, I will just put the segments of me reviewing it, and through the segments of me reviewing it, I'll call it I read Who Moved My Cheese so you don't have to. It's quite short. I say. It's mostly like, yeah. These are big these are short paragraphs. And mostly dialogue. Thank you, Zgielwoj. All right, let's see how that goes. If we get bored, we can stop. Who Moved My Cheese by Dr. Spencer Johnson. Who Moved My Cheese? An amazing way to deal with change in your work and in your life. Who Moved My Cheese is a simple parable that reveals profound truths about change. It is an amusing and enlightening story of 4 characters who live in a maze and look for cheese to nourish them and make them happy. Two are mice named Sniff and Scurry, and 2 are little people, beings the size of mice who look and act a lot like people. Their names are Hem and Haw. Cheese is a metaphor for what you want to have in life, whether it's a good job, a loving relationship, money, a possession, good health, or a spiritual peace of mind. And the maze is where you look for what you want, the organization you work in, or the family or community you live in. In the story, the characters are faced with unexpected change. Eventually, one of them deals with it successfully and writes what he has learned from his experience on the maze walls. When you come to see the handwriting on the wall, you can discover for yourself how to deal with change so that you can enjoy less stress and more success, however you define it in your work and in your life. Written for all ages, this story takes less than an hour to read, but its unique insights can last for a lifetime. So since it's written for all ages, chat will understand, which is good, which is what we need, right? All right, so I don't think we need this. Parts of all of us, the simple and the complex. The 4 imaginary characters depicted in this story, the mice Sniff and Scurry, and the little people Hem and Haw, are intended to represent the simple and the complex parts of ourselves, regardless of our age, gender, race, or nationality. Gotta love this. Do they drink Bud Light, you think? Are they woke? because that sounds like it's woke anyway. Sometimes we may act like Sniff, who sniffs out change early, or Scurry, who scurries into action, or Hem, who denies and resists change as he fears it will lead to something worse, or Haw, who learns to adapt in time when he sees changing can lead to something better. Whatever parts of us we choose to use, we all share something in common, a need to find our way in the maze and succeed in changing times. It's finally something for my level. Chat is all ages. Chat is outside of time. That is true. Chat is all ages at the same time. So, how to act in the face of change? There's 4 options here. Who sniffs out change early? Who scurries into action? Who denies and resists change as he fears it will lead to something worse? Who learns to adapt in time when he sees changing can lead to something better? I think a lot of us, especially as leftists, we are here. Who denies and resists change as he fears it will lead to something worse. This might sound like more conservative, because when we talk about progress, we talk about changing for the better. But here, when it comes to corporate life and stuff, and things that get worse objectively for workers and better for the employers, which is what this book was written for. If we trust Wikipedia, then this resisting change is resisting change that is that goes against our interest. And I feel like this is fine, right? And I believe, this is my foreshadowing, I believe that this book will advocate for learning to adapt in time when adapting to change and making the best out of it, which is what some philosophers would call slave morality or slave mentality. When something goes bad, or if a change happens and goes against your interest, instead of trying to resist that change, accept it and do the best you can. So let's see if this book praises slave morality or slave mentality. A gathering, Chicago. One sunny Sunday in Chicago, several former classmates who were good friends in school gathered for lunch, having attended their high school reunion the night before. They wanted to hear more about what was happening in each other's lives. After a good deal of kidding and a good meal, they settled into an interesting conversation. Angela, who had been one of the most popular people in the class, said, "Life sure turned out differently than I thought it would when we were in school. A lot has changed." "It certainly has," Nathan echoed. They knew he had gone into his family's business, which had operated pretty much the same and had been a part of the local community for as long as they could remember. So they were surprised when he seemed concerned. He asked, "But have you noticed how we don't want to change when things change?" Carlos said, "I guess we resist changing because we're afraid of change." "Carlos, you were captain of the football team," Jessica said. "I never thought I'd hear you say anything about being afraid." They all laughed as they realized that although they had gone off in different directions, from working at home to managing companies, they were experiencing similar feelings. Everyone was trying to cope with the unexpected changes that were happening to them in recent years, and most admitted that they did not know a good way to handle them. First time I actually read self-help, Temer. It's the first time. It's interesting. It's fun. Then Michael said, "I used to be afraid of change. When a big change came along in our business, we didn't know what to do, so we didn't adjust and we almost lost it. That is," he continued, "until I heard a funny little story that changed everything." "How so?" Nathan asked. "Well, the story changed the way I looked at change, from losing something to gaining something, and it showed me how to do it. After that, things quickly improved, at work and in my life. At first, I was annoyed with the obvious simplicity of the story because it sounded like something we might have been told in school. Then I realized I was really annoyed with myself for not seeing the obvious and doing what works when things change. Not gonna lie, this book sounds so patronizing. Yeah. Yeah, can you imagine, like, you've been either laid off or your work conditions have been lowered because of downsizing and things like that. And someone gives you this book and they're like, listen, I know you're going through tough times. These changes really suck. And, we have no choice at the company to do them. But read this book. Maybe that's going to help you. When I realized the 4 characters in the story represented the various parts of myself, I decided who I wanted to act like, and I changed. Later, I passed the story on to some people in our company, and they passed it on to others, and soon our business did much better because most of us adapted to change better. And like me, many people said it helped them in their personal lives. However, there were a few people who said they got nothing out of it. They either knew the lessons and were already living them, or more commonly, they thought they already knew everything and didn't want to learn. They couldn't see why so many others were benefiting from it. When one of our senior executives, who was having difficulty adapting, said the story was a waste of time, other people kidded him, saying they knew which character he was in the story, meaning the one who learned nothing new and did not change. "What's the story?" Angela asked. "It's called Who Moved My Cheese?" And then the chat goes wild. What? Who moved my cheese? Actually, no. The group laughed. I think I already like it. The group laughed. I think I like it already, Carlos said. Would you tell us the story? Maybe we can get something from it. Sure, Michael replied. I'd be happy to. It doesn't take long. And so he began. So, it sounds like this asshole believes in free will. This is so funny. If I ever write a book, I'll have characters say that the book's title is really, really good and that the characters like it. And I'll talk about how the book is so good in the introduction of the book by having fictional characters talk about how good this book is. This really feels like it's trying to frame anyone who might disagree with the story as wrong. No. You're acting in bad faith, pyroanarchist. This book is not trying to frame anything, okay? It's just trying to give you advice on how to deal with changes, okay? Who moved my cheese? The story. UNCE, long ago in a land far away, there... Oh, it's once, right? Sorry. On recommence. Once, long ago, in a land far away, there lived 4 characters. Is it uns? Is it German? Uns? There lived 4 little characters who ran through a maze looking for cheese to nourish them and make them happy. And make them happy. 2 were mice, named Sniff and Scurry, and 2 were little people, beings who were as small as mice, but who looked and acted a lot like people today. Their names were Hem and Haw. Proof that self-help books authors can't write. That's really mean. Due to their small size, it would be easy not to notice what the 4 of them were doing, but if you looked closely enough, you could discover the most amazing things. Every day, the mice and the little people spent time in the maze looking for their own special cheese. The mice, Sniff and Scurry, possessing simple brains and good instincts, searched for the hard, nibbling cheese they liked, as mice often do. The 2 little people, Hem and Haw, used their complex brains, filled with many beliefs and emotions, to search for a very different kind of cheese, with a capital C, which they believed would make them feel happy and successful. As different as the mice and little people were, they shared something in common. Every morning, they each put on their jogging suits, and Every morning, they each put on their jogging suits and running shoes, left their little homes, and raced out into the maze looking for their favorite cheese. What is the C, right? What is the C, guys? It could be cringe, as Pyroanarchist says. Capital, that's what I thought first. But it's because it says capital C, so it's not capital, right? It's not. I think it's capital C is for cash. That's what I think it's going to be. Which they believed would make them feel happy and successful. They believe it's cash, but it's not cash. It's what's rewarding is not the cash, but it's knowing that you work really hard for a boss in a business you really like. He had to tell us that mice like cheese. Yeah. All right. We'll continue. This is fun. I like this. The maze was a labyrinth of corridors and chambers, some containing delicious cheese, but there were also dark corners and blind alleys leading nowhere. It was an easy place for anyone to get lost. I really hate this story already. You're remember how this the author said that some people would think that they know the answers and that they don't need to know the story? That's Sneaky Revenant right now, who says, I really hate this story already. Sneaky Revenant. The Mr. Spencer, I don't remember his name, predicted that you wouldn't like this story because he knows what kind of person you are. You're the kind of person who thinks you know everything. You're the kind of person who thinks they can't get advice from Mr. Dr. Spencer. Right? You're ignorant because you think you know everything. You have arrogance. Meanwhile, this doctor, Dr. Spencer, can give you this advice. So don't reject it like some kind of arrogant prick. All right, Sneaky Revenant? Temer says, I feel like the author is talking down to me from a very, very, very high perch. Well, are you, Temer, are you New York Times best-selling novel or self-help book writer, author? I don't think you are. In terms of writing self-help books and being known worldwide, Mr. Dr. Spencer, I don't know what their name is up there. Spencer Johnson, Mr. Dr. Johnson is on a very, very, very high perch. All right? You should maybe listen to him. We are all arrogant, know-it-all anarchists. Yeah. That is true. Let's try to be a bit less arrogant, right? We should stop looking down on this book from a very, very, very high perch. Let's know our place and listen to this. I was joking, Temer, by the way, and Sneaky Revenant as well. I was being facetious. I don't know how to say that word. I was being fascistic. However, for those who found their way, the maze held secrets that let them enjoy a better life. The mice, Sniff and Scurry, used the simple trial and error method of finding cheese. They ran down one corridor, and if it proved empty, they turned and ran down another. They remembered the corridors that held no cheese and quickly went into new areas. They're hard-working mice. They're good boys. Sniff would smell out the general direction of the cheese using his great nose, and Scurry would race ahead. They got lost, as you might expect, went off in the wrong direction, and often bumped into walls. But after a while, they found their way. Like the mice, the two little people, Hem and Haw, also used their ability to think and learn from their past experiences. However, they relied on their complex brains to develop more sophisticated methods of finding cheese. Sometimes they did well, but at other times, their powerful human beliefs and emotions took over and clouded the way they looked at things. It made life in the maze more complicated and challenging. See, they were thinking a bit too much. And thinking, when you need to work, is not a good thing, folks. It just slows you down. Nonetheless, Sniff, Scurry, Hem, and Haw all discovered in their own way what they were looking for. They each found their own kind of cheese one day at the end of one day one day at the end of one of the corridors in station C. All right, on recommence. They each found their own kind of cheese one day at the end of one of the corridors in cheese station C. Every morning after that, the mice and the little people dressed in their running gear and headed over to cheese station C. It wasn't long before they each established their own routine. Sniff and Scurry continued to wake every day and race through the maze, always following the same route. When they arrived at their destination, the mice took off their running shoes, tied them together, and hung them around their necks. Their necks, so they could get to them quickly whenever they needed them again. Then they enjoyed the cheese. In the beginning, Hem and Haw also raced towards Cheese Station C every morning to enjoy the tasty new morsels that awaited them. But after a while, a different routine set in for the little people. Hem and Haw awoke each day a little later, dressed a little slower, and walked to Cheese Station C. After all, they knew where the cheese was now and how. After all, they knew where the cheese was now and how to get there. They got lazy. They stopped working really hard because they just took everything for granted. They became, what's the word? They became entitled. Entitlement is a scourge. These lazy people. They have a safe place not a safe place. They have a safe resource of food, right? Yet they don't want to work as much as possible to make sure to secure that food. That's crazy. Why wouldn't they want to work 100% and race to the cheese to make sure that they have it? Right? Why do they want to conserve their energy? Why do they want to take their time? Why do they want to even enjoy life? They should put on their sneakers and run right to the cheese, even if they know that it's going to be there every day, right? They become lazy. They become entitled. You should scurry like rats every single day to be able to eat. You shouldn't take that for granted. Don't take your well-being as granted. You should always work at the maximum capacity that you can to get it. Where was I? Where was I? Hem and Haw awoke each day a little later, dressed a little slower, and walked to Cheese Station C. They were walking. They weren't even running, guys. Whew. After all, they knew where the cheese was now and how to get there. They had no idea where the cheese came from or who put it there. They just assumed it would be there. As soon as Hem and Haw arrived at Cheese Station C each morning, they settled in and made themselves at home. They hung up their jogging suits, put away their running shoes, and put on their slippers. They were becoming very comfortable now that they had found the cheese. Look at Hem and Haw trying to live lives of comfort, in a world where comfort is weakness. This is great, Hem said. There's enough cheese here This is great, Hem said. There's enough cheese here to last us forever. The little people felt happy and successful, and thought they were now secure. It wasn't long before Hem and Haw regarded the cheese they found at Cheese Station C as their cheese. It was such a large store of cheese that they eventually moved their homes to be closer to it and built a social life around it. To make themselves feel more at home, Hem and Haw decorated the walls with sayings and even drew pictures of cheese around them which made them smile. One read, "Having cheese makes you happy." Sometimes Hem and Haw would take their friends by to see their pile of cheese at Cheese Station C and point to it with pride, saying, "Pretty nice cheese, Hub." Sometimes they shared it with their friends and sometimes they didn't. We deserve this cheese, Hem said. We certainly had to work long and hard enough to find it. He picked up a nice fresh piece and ate it. Afterward, Hem fell asleep as he often did. Every night, the little people would waddle home full of cheese, and every morning they would confidently return for more. This went on for quite some time. After a while, Hem's and Haw's confidence grew into the arrogance of success. Soon they became so comfortable they didn't even notice what was happening. As time went on, Sniff and Scurry continued their routine. They arrived early each morning and sniffed and scratched and scurried around Cheese Station C, inspecting the area to see if there had been any changes from the day before. Then they would sit down and nibble on the cheese. One morning they arrived at Cheese Station C and discovered there was no cheese. That's the title. That's the title of the book. It's right there. It's the title. They weren't surprised, since Sniff and Scurry had noticed the supply of cheese had been getting smaller every day. They were prepared for the inevitable and knew instinctively what to do. They looked at each other, removed their running shoes they had tied together and hung conveniently around their necks, put them on their feet, and laced them up. The mice did not overanalyze things. To the mice, the problem and the answer were both simple. The situation at Cheese Station C had changed, so Sniff and Scurry decided to change. They both looked out into the maze, then Sniff lifted his nose, sniffed, and nodded to Scurry, who took off running through the maze, while Sniff followed as fast as he could. They were quickly off in search of new cheese. Later that same day, Hem and Haw arrived at Cheese Station C. They had not been paying attention to the small changes that had been taking place each day, so they took it for granted their cheese would be there. They were unprepared for what they found. What? No cheese? Hem yelled. He continued yelling. No, sorry, because I took the same voice for the Hem yelled. What? No cheese? Hem yelled. He continued yelling, no cheese, no cheese, as though if he shouted loud enough, someone would put it back. Who moved my cheese? He hollered. Who moved my cheese? Who moved my cheese? That's the title of the book. They wrote it. They actually wrote it. They did it. They did it. Finally, he put his hand up on his hips. His face turned red, and he screamed at the top of his voice, "It's not fair!" I don't know why he talks like that. He's just entitled, I guess. Title drop, yeah. Finally, he put his hands on his hips. No, sorry. Haw just shook his head in disbelief. He too had counted on finding cheese at Cheese Station C. He stood there for a long time, frozen with shock. He was just not ready for this. Hem was yelling something, but Haw didn't want to hear it. He didn't want to deal with what was facing him, so he just tuned everything out. The little people's behavior was not very attractive or productive, but it was understandable. Finding cheese wasn't easy, and it meant a great deal more to the little people than just having enough of it to eat every day. Finding cheese was the little people's way of getting what they thought they needed to be happy. They had their own ideas of what cheese meant to them, depending on their taste. For some, finding cheese was having material things. For others, it was enjoying good health or developing a spiritual sense of well-being. For Haw, cheese just meant feeling safe, having a loving family someday, and living in a cozy cottage on Cheddar Lane. To Hem, cheese was becoming a big cheese in charge of others and owning a big house atop Camembert Hill. Because cheese was important to them, the two little people spent a long time trying to decide what to do. All they could think of was to keep looking around Cheeseless Station C to see if the cheese was really gone. While Sniff and Scurry had quickly moved on, Hem and Haw continued to hem and haw. They ranted and raved at the injustice of it all. Haw started to get depressed. What would happen if the cheese wasn't there tomorrow? He had made future plans based on this cheese. The little people couldn't believe it. How could this have happened? No one had warned them. It wasn't right. It was not the way things were supposed to be. Hem and Haw went home that night hungry and discouraged, but before they left, Ha wrote on the wall, "The more important your cheese is to you, the more you want to hold on to it." Temer says, "I'm sold on this story's brilliance as a political commentary. I feel like it was written by a dedicated political propagandist in the 50s. Yeah, I know, exactly. We'll continue, hold on, but I just want to talk about how here the problem with the little people is that they settled down. What else did they do? He made future plans based on this cheese. And am I enlightened yet? I don't know. Are you? It's coming. Maybe if you're not yet, just wait, it's coming. But this whole idea that workforce needs to always be first, 100% productive, but most of all, always be ready to be movable, right? Because now they're going to talk how they need to move their houses. They made future plans, but they shouldn't, because the workplace should always, the workforce, the proletariat should always be malleable. You should be ready to change your job tomorrow, because you might lose your job tomorrow. Maybe your factory is going to close down tomorrow. So don't make plans too hard or too far ahead, because you might always be able to, you'll maybe always have to move, right? Don't get complacent in your job, because you might lose it, or you might some things might change where your conditions are not great. So this ideology that's pushed by this book is to say, workers, you are always at the mercy of bosses, because they're the ones who give you cheese. And if they want you to move, you'll have to move. If they want you to do something, you'll have to do something. And if you don't act like mice, if you complain about the injustice, if you don't instead of just acting and doing the job, if you think too much, well, you'll just starve, as Hem and what's his name, Hem and Hef are. Hem and Ha. So the political ideology behind this is shut the fuck up, be a mouse, do the work you need, and be ready to always change conditions. Don't make plans on the future. Live in the present, because the future can always change, because maybe the boss will have different plans for you in the future. There's a very strong ideological by the way, there's a version for this for kids, by the way. Anyway, they're very strong. They're grooming kids through the mouse parable. But there's a strong ideological and political commentary here, as Temer said. Oh, sorry, I went a bit too low. Okay. Now, the next day, Hem and Ha left their homes and returned to Cheese Station C again, where they still expected somehow to find their cheese. The situation hadn't changed. The cheese was no longer there. The little people didn't know what to do. Hem and Ha just stood there, immobilized like two statues. Ha shut his eyes as tight as he could and put his hands over his ears. He just wanted to block everything out. He didn't want to know the cheese supply had gradually been getting smaller. He believed it had been moved all of a sudden. Hem analyzed the situation over and over, and eventually his complicated brain, with its huge belief system, took on. "Why did they do this to me?" he demanded. "What's really going on here?" Finally, Ha opened his eyes, looked around, and said, "By the way, where are Sniff and Scurry? Do you think they know something we don't?" Hem scoffed. What would they know? Hem scoffed. What would they know? Hem continued. "They're just mice. They just respond to what happens. We're little people. We're smarter than mice. We should be able to figure this out." "I know we're smarter," Ha said, "but we don't seem to be acting smarter at the moment. Things are changing around here, Hem. Maybe we need to change and do things differently." "Why should we change?" Hem asked. "We're little people. We're special. This sort of thing's This sort of thing should not happen to us. Or if it does, we should at least get some benefits. Why should we get benefits? Ha asked. Because we're entitled, Hem claimed. I don't know why I'm giving him this whiny voice. How did I predict that he's entitled? Entitled to what? Ha wanted to know. We're entitled to our cheese. Why? Ha asked. Because we didn't cause this problem, Hen said. Somebody else did this, and we should get something out of it. Ha suggested, maybe we should simply stop analyzing the situation so much and go find some new cheese. Oh no, Hem argued. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Pyroanarchist says, Hem makes very good points. He's definitely winning this debate. Oh yeah. Hem is very, very well framed here. This makes it a very balanced debate that gives the viewer the opportunity of siding with one another. It's not a very biased debate to show that one side is obviously right and one side is obviously wrong. No, we shouldn't come to our own conclusions. This allegory just shoves the conclusion down your throat. Zgil Ward says the message of the author's own book is flying over their head. Someone had to put these mice into the maze in the first place. Yeah, exactly. I know that. We'll talk about that at the end. If maybe they'll talk about that. I don't know. We'll see what it means. Temer says, it's like Franz Kafka wrote, you are at the mercy of uncaring systems of whim and cruelty, and it's your fault for not grinding harder. Did he say grinding harder? If he said grinding harder, Kafka is even cooler than I thought. But yeah, that definitely makes that definitely is relevant here. Let the mice get out of the maze and do what mice do. Don't force them into this. I was gonna say inhumane, but I guess unmice system. All right, we'll continue. Why should we change? Hem asked. We're special because we're entitled. Hem claimed. Entitled to what? Ha wanted to know. We're entitled to our cheese. Why? Ha asked. Because, okay. All right, maybe we should simply stop analyzing the situation so much and go to find some... we're going to get to the bottom. Okay, sorry. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. While Hem and Ha were still trying to decide what to do, Sniff and Scurry were already well on their way. They went further into the maze, up and down corridors, looking for cheese in every cheese station they could find. They didn't think of anything else but finding new cheese. They didn't find any for some time, but until they finally went into an area of the maze where they had never been before, cheese station. They didn't find any for some time until they finally went into an area of the maze where they had never been before, cheese station N. They squealed with delight. They found what they had been looking for, a great supply of new cheese. I'm going to change. I'm changing the title of this stream. Who stole our cheese? I think that's a good title for the stream. Who stole our cheese? Laughing at pro business. Pro-business propaganda. There you go. Done. Why are we still reading the Anarchist FAQ? Yeah, this is the Anarchist FAQ. The author had a sudden change of heart while writing it, Ian McKay and the other anarchists who wrote the Anarchist FAQ, and then all of a sudden they just started talking about mice and how humans should actually stop thinking and just acting. They turned It turned kind of fashy at one point. Anyway, on continue les amis. So the mice found new cheese. They could hardly believe their eyes. It was the biggest store of cheese the mice had ever seen. In the meantime, Hem and Haw were still back in Cheese Station C, evaluating their situation. They were now suffering from the effects of having no cheese. They were becoming frustrated and angry, and were blaming each other for the situation they were in. Now and then, Haw thought about his mice friends, Sniff and Scurry, and wondered if they had found any cheese yet. He believed they might be having a hard time, as running through the maze usually involved some uncertainty. But he also knew that it was likely to only last for a while. Sometimes, Haw would imagine Sniff and Scurry finding new cheese and enjoying it. He thought about how good it would have been for him to be out on an adventure in the maze. Because that's what the maze is. It's an adventure. Keep in mind, the maze is finding a new job, or the maze is being given a new responsibility at your job right now. So this is an adventure. You know, when you're looking for a job and like you don't have cheese, so you can't feed yourself. Well, instead of seeing it as like, oh my god, this maze situation really sucks, you should see it as an adventure. Imagine like trying to find new cheese so that you don't starve. Isn't that fun? The adventure was the maze we cheesed along the way. Yeah, you are doing this right. Adventure in the maze, and to find fresh new... Adventure in the maze, and to find fresh new cheese. He could almost taste it. The more clearly Haw saw the message of himself finding and enjoying the new cheese, the more he saw himself leaving Cheese Station C. Let's go, he claimed all of a sudden. No, Hem quickly responded. I like it here. It's comfortable. It's what I know. Besides, it's dangerous out there. No, it isn't, Haw argued. We've run through many parts of the maze before, and we can do it again. I'm getting too old for that, Hem said, and I'm afraid I'm not interested in getting lost and making a fool of myself. Are you? With that, Haw's fear of failing returned, and his hope of finding new cheese faded. I think Hem's problem is not that he's afraid of failure. It's that he's hungry and he's put into a situation where he needs to, he's in a maze to feed himself. And now the source of food that people were putting in front of him every day was taken away. And now he has to go back in the maze or starve or die. Right? I think his problem is, what the fuck is this deal? What the fuck is going on here? Right? It's not that he's afraid of making a fool out of himself. It's that he's being played with so that he can feed himself. And he's made so that he can't have future plans, right? Because his future plans might hinder his ability to feed himself in the immediate present. That's fucked up. That's not a situation that you should accept. Pyroanarchist says, this is a way more interesting story than The Maze Runner. Tamer says, Animal Farm but rewritten from Napoleon's POV after he exiled Snowball and sold Boxer to the glue factory. Exactly. This is an allegory written from the point of view of an authoritarian. Literally telling people to act like mice. Not a good look. I don't know why I was first recommended this, or why anybody recommends this, and why it's a bestseller and it's so popular. It's quite frankly dehumanizing. making a fool of myself. Are you? With that, Ha's fear of failing returned and his hope of finding new cheese faded. So every day, the little people continued to do what they had done before. They went to Cheese Station C, found no cheese, and returned home, carrying their worries and frustrations with them. They tried to deny what was happening, but found it harder to get to sleep, had less energy the next day, and were becoming irritable. Their homes were not the nurturing places they once were. The little people had difficulty sleeping and were having nightmares about not finding any cheese. But Hem and Haw still returned to Cheese Station C and waited there every day. Hem said, "You know, if we just work harder, we'll find that nothing has really changed that much. The cheese is probably nearby. Maybe they just hid it behind the wall." The next day, Hem and Haw returned with tools. Hem held the chisel, while Haw banged on the hammer until they made a hole in the wall of Cheese Station C. They pierced inside but found no cheese. They were disappointed but believed they could solve the problem. So they started earlier, stayed longer, and worked harder, but after a while, all they had was a large hole in the wall. Haw was beginning to realize the difference between activity and productivity. Maybe, Hem said, we should just sit here and see what happens. Sooner or later, they had to put the cheese back. Haw wanted to believe that, so each day he went home to rest and returned reluctantly with Hem to Cheese Station C. But cheese never reappeared. Be interesting to see what is the whole idea of unions. How does this author see the whole idea of unions? What does this author think of the idea of minimum wage? Is minimum wage being entitled? Is that, trying to work, get more cheese and not be satisfied with the cheese that you already have? Is job security being entitled? What else? The 8-hour workday, is that being lazy? The mice don't count their hours. They do the work they need to do. Little people, they count their hours, they're lazy, they don't actually want to work like the mice do. Whoops. He's saying that rat race is good actually. Yeah, it's fucked up. But funny. Let's continue. By now, the little people were growing weak from hunger and stress. Haw was getting tired of just waiting for their situation to improve. He began to see that the longer they stayed in their cheeseless situation, the worse off they would be. Haw knew they were losing their edge. Finally, one day, Haw began laughing at himself. Haw, look at us. We keep doing the same things over and over again and wonder why things don't get better. If this wasn't so ridiculous, it would be even funnier. Haw did not like the idea of having to run through the maze again, because he knew he would get lost and have no idea where he would find any cheese. But he had to laugh at his folly when he saw that his fear was doing to him, what his fear was doing to him. He asked Hem, where did we put our running shoes? It took a long time to find them because they had put everything away when they found their cheese at Cheese Station C, thinking they wouldn't be needing them anymore. As Hem saw his friend getting into his running gear, he said, "You're not really going out in the maze again, are you? Why don't you just wait here with me until they put the cheese back?" "Because you just don't get it," Haw said. "I didn't want to see it either, but now I realize they're never going to put yesterday's cheese back. It's time to find new cheese." Hem argued, What if there is no cheese out there? Or even if there is, what if you don't find it?" "I don't know," Haw said. He had asked himself those same questions too many times and felt the fears again that kept him where he was. He asked himself, where am I most likely to find cheese, here or in the maze? He painted a picture in his mind. He saw himself venturing out in the maze with a smile on his face. While this picture surprised him, it made him feel good. He saw himself getting lost now and then in the maze, but felt confident he would eventually find new cheese out there and all the good things that came with it. He gathered his courage. Then he used his imagination to paint the most believable picture he could, with the most realistic details of him finding and enjoying the taste of new cheese. He saw himself eating Swiss cheese with holes in it, bright orange cheddar and American cheeses, Italian mozzarella, and wonderfully soft French camembert cheese. And then he heard Hem say something and realized they were still at Cheese Station C. Haas said, "Sometimes, Hem, things change, and they're never the same again. This looks like one of those times. That's life. Life moves on, and so should we." Hall looked at his emaciated companion and tried to talk sense to him, but Hem's fear had turned into anger and he wouldn't listen. Haw didn't mean to be rude to his friend, but he had to laugh at how silly they both looked. As Haw prepared to leave, he started to feel more alive, knowing that he was finally able to laugh at himself, let go, and move on. Hall laughed and announced, "It's maze time." Hem didn't laugh and he didn't respond. Haw picked up a small, sharp rock and wrote a serious thought on the wall for Hem to think about. Whoops. As was his custom, Haw even drew a picture of cheese around it, hoping it would help Hem to smile, lighten up, and go after the new cheese, but Hem didn't want to see it. It read, "It's morbing time. No, it's maze time, pyroanarchist. We're not morbing here. We're mazing. It's morbing time." Why do mice need running shoes? That's the biggest inconsistency of this book. It's mazing time. All right, so what did Haw draw on the wall? "If you do not change, you can become extinct." Damn, Haw. Kind of sad. Then Haas stuck his head out and peered anxiously into the maze. He thought about how he'd gotten himself into this cheeseless situation. He had believed that there may not be any cheese in the maze, or he may not find it. Such fearful beliefs were immobilizing him and killing him. Haas smiled. He knew Hem was wondering, "Who moved my cheese?" But Haw was wondering, "Why didn't I get up and move with the cheese sooner?" As he started out into the maze, Haw looked back to where he had come from and felt its comfort. He could feel himself being drawn back into familiar territory, even though he hadn't found cheese here for some time. Haw became more anxious and wondered if he really wanted to go out into the maze. He wrote a saying on the wall ahead of him and stared at it for some time. What would you do if you weren't afraid? He thought about it. He knew sometimes some fear can be good. When you are afraid, things are going to get worse if you don't do something. It can prompt you into action, but it is not good when you are so afraid that it keeps you from doing anything. He looked to his right, to the part of the maze where he had never been, and felt the fear. Then he took a deep breath, turned right into the maze, and jogged slowly into the unknown. As he tried to find his way, Haw worried at first that he might have waited too long in Cheese Station C. He hadn't had any cheese for so long that he was now weak. It took him longer, and it was more painful than usual to get through the maze. He decided that if he ever got the chance again, he would get out of his comfort zone and adapt to change sooner. It would make things easier. Then Haw smiled a weak smile, and he thought, better late than never. During the next several days, Haw found a little cheese here and there, but nothing that lasted very long. He had hoped to find enough cheese to take some back to Hem and encourage him to come out of the maze. But Haw didn't feel confident enough yet. He had to admit he found it confusing in the maze. Things seemed to have changed since the last time he was out there. What are people saying? Let's chew through the walls of the maze. They tried that. Gil Wars says, it's no use to grasp at what is already gone. It's true under any circumstances. You need to move on sooner or later, but we should not forget what made us. Thing is, that's not the point of the author was going for. Yeah, we'll talk about the point of the author, what they're going for. Things seem to have changed since the last time he was out there. Just when he thought he was getting ahead, he would get lost in the corridors. It seemed his progress was 2 steps forward and 1 step backward. It was a challenge, but he had to admit that being back in the maze hunting for cheese wasn't nearly as bad as he feared it might be. As time went on, he began to wonder if it was realistic for him to expect to find new cheese. He wondered if he had bitten off more than he could chew. Then he laughed, realizing that he had nothing to chew on at the moment. Whenever he started to get discouraged, he reminded himself that what he was doing, as uncomfortable as it was at the moment, was in reality much better than staying in the cheeseless situation. He was taking control rather than simply letting things happen to him. Then he reminded himself, if Sniff and Scurry could move on, so could he. Later, as Haw looked back on things, he realized that the cheese at Cheese Station C had not just disappeared overnight as he had once believed. The amount of cheese that had been there toward the end had been getting smaller, and what was left had grown old. It didn't taste as good. Mold may even have begun to grow on the old cheese, although he hadn't noticed it. He had to admit, however, that if he had wanted to, he probably could have seen what was coming, but he didn't. Haw now realized that the change probably would not have taken him by surprise if he had been watching what was happening all along, and if he had anticipated change. Maybe that's what Sniff and Scurry had been doing. He decided he would stay more alert from now on. He would expect change to happen and look for it. He would trust his basic instincts to sense when change was going to occur and be ready to adapt to it. He stopped for a rest and wrote on the wall of the maze, "Smell the cheese often, so you know when it is getting old." Do we want to continue? I'm getting bored of this. This is stagnating. Cheese Station C, blah blah blah. Holy shit. All right. The end. All right, let's read the end, okay? Sorry about that. I'm being lazy and entitled by skipping everything, but holy fuck. What do you guys think? Should we just skip? Yeah, those are 10 commandments of mice written on cheese. Let's read the last 2 pages and we can move on. Yeah, we got to move on. We got to adapt to change, and the change is I'm getting fucking bored of this. It was funny at first, but now it's just turning in circles. You can notice when the little changes began so that you would be better prepared for the big change that might be coming. He knew he needed to adapt faster, for if you do not adapt in time, you might as well not adapt at all. He had to admit that the biggest inhibitor to change lies within yourself, and that nothing gets better until you change. Perhaps most importantly, he realized that there is always new cheese out there, whether you recognize it at the time or not, and that you are rewarded with it when you go past your fear and enjoy the adventure. He knew some fears should be respected, as it can keep you out of real danger, but he realized most of his fears were irrational and had kept him from changing when he needed to. He didn't like it at the time, but he knew that the change had turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as it led him to find better cheese. He had even found a better part of himself. As Haw recalled what he had learned, he thought about his friend Hem. He wondered if Hem had read any of the sayings Haw had written on the wall at Cheese Station C and throughout the maze. Did he not see Hem anymore? Is Hem dead? I'm going to assume that Hem died of starvation at Cheese Station C. Even if he didn't, I think it's something I'm going to go with that narrative. Rip Hem. Rip Hem. Press F for Hem. Had Hem ever decided to let go and move on? I guess we'll never know. Had he ever entered the maze and discovered what could make his life better? Or was Hem still hemmed in? Or was Hem still hemmed in because he would not change? Haw thought about going back again to Cheese Station C to see if he could find Hem, assuming that Haw could find his way back there. If he found him, he thought he might be able to show him how to get out of his predicament. But Ha realized that he already tried to get his friend to change. Hem had to find his own way, beyond his comforts and past his fears. No one else could do it for him, or talk him into it. He somehow had to see the advantage of changing himself. Ha knew he had left a trail for him and that he could find his way, if he could just read the handwriting on the wall. He went over and wrote down a summary of what he had learned on the largest wall of Cheese Station N. He drew a large piece of cheese around all the insights he had become aware of and smiled as he looked at what he had learned. Sounds a lot like Animal Farm, with the commandments. All right. What are the commandments? Hem, the favorite character of chat, died. I'm sorry, all. So first commandment is change happens. They keep moving the cheese. Second commandment, anticipate change. Get ready for the cheese to move. 3, monitor change. Smell the cheese often so you know when it is getting old. 4, adapt to change quickly. The quicker you let go of old cheese, the sooner you can enjoy new cheese. 5, change. Move with the cheese. 6, enjoy change. Savor the adventure and enjoy the taste of new cheese. 7, we're at 7, right? Yeah. Be ready to change quickly and enjoy it again and again. They keep moving the cheese. And we go back to they keep moving the cheese as change happens. So guys, life is a rat race that we cannot escape. Because they keep and so you should just enjoy it. You should enjoy having to scurry through dark halls of a maze to find cheese. This is your life now. Enjoy it. Ha realized how far he had come since he had been with Hem in Cheese Station C, but knew it would be easy for him to slip back if he got too comfortable. So each day he inspected Cheese Station N to see what the condition of his cheese was. He was going to do whatever he could to avoid being surprised by unexpected change. While Ha still had a great supply of cheese, he often went out into the maze and explored new areas to stay in touch with what was happening around him. He knew it was safer to be aware of his real choices than to isolate himself in his comfort zone. Then Ha heard what he thought was the sound of movement out in the maze. As the noise grew louder, he realized that someone was coming. Could it be that Hem was arriving? Was he about to turn the corner? Ha said a little prayer and hoped, as he had many times before, that maybe, at last, his friend was able to. That maybe, at last, his friend was finally able to. Move with the cheese and enjoy it. The end. Or is it a new beginning? That was something. What the fuck? Was it a good idea? What the fuck? I feel tired. That was Who Moved My Cheese by Spencer Johnson. And before looking into it, this is what it is, all right? Hey, I wrote Anarchist FAQ this whole time. How embarrassing. Nobody made me change, eh? We're not reading the Anarchist. Oh, that's why you said, are we reading an Anarchist FAQ, Lenore? I'm too lazy and entitled to make the title fit. Hem moved the cheese all along so that his friend, who was it? So Ha could leave to find new cheese, and then Hem had the whole cheese for himself. Temmer says, I'm better for having known this exists. Remember when I was talking about free will and how you have to amass as much knowledge, information, experiences to make yourself the best person you could ever be? Well, that's an experience right there. You can thank me later. Oh, the cheese emote in Discord. Yeah, you guys should start using that more often. Look at that. As of 2018, so that was 5 years ago, it had sold almost 30 million copies worldwide in 37 languages and remains one of the best-selling business books. I don't know if you guys had ever heard of this book before, but it is pretty popular. I should have just read the Wikipedia article. Would have made it easier. All right, so why is this book criticized? Well, first let's talk about why this book appeals. Why is it good? What's the appeal of this book, and why is it good? It's maybe someone can tell why it's good, right? Can anyone say in chat why it's good? It's somewhat, and people, the philosophers in chat might be able to correct me. And I'm talking to you, philosophers in chat. There's somewhat of what's this very popular, very, very, very popular, Stoicism. There you go. There's something like that's kind of stoic, right, about this book. It's like a pre-stoic, because that was in 1998. So, and Stoicism just became popular recently, and right, it's like AI. It's just very new. So there's something like there's something about like that's very stoicist about this book, isn't there? Don't try to change things that is out of your control. That's what I get from Stoicism. I know it's more complicated than that. But don't try to change what you can't change, because you'll just burn yourself out, right? Is that what Stoicism is about? And in like part of it is true, right? Let's say like a business closes down, because this is often well, it's for business, right? And I think what it's often meant for, it might be business people, like actually CEOs and stuff like that. And for CEOs, it's I'm thinking like people who don't evolve their business might be, might just die, or might have their businesses die, in the sense of like innovation is important when you do business, right? You always got to strive to and when the market changes and when technology changes, you got to change with it, or else you'll be outdated and you will be eaten up by competition. And for CEOs, this makes sense. This is the capitalism 101. You need to adapt to change when change happens on the market, or when you want to be able to still be competitive. If you don't adapt to change, then others will, and then you'll lose your edge in terms of competitivity, right? So for CEOs, I feel like this makes sense. Now, for workers, and I think this is why it's been so distributed and so popular, and there's reasons why managers will distribute this to their employees, right? Because what it teaches is a mentality of submission. Thank you. Look at that. All out of time. Thank you so much. Look at me, out of words, for getting a follower. We're talking about who stole our cheese, and it's like, no, we're talking about who moved my cheese. Oh, I wrote stole. Who moved? We're talking about who moved my cheese, and in terms of business and of being a capitalist and CEO, yes, you gotta change, you gotta adapt, you gotta be always at the forefront of. You gotta sniff out, potential markets to exploit and to maximize your profits as much as possible. No time to take a break. This is what capitalism forces you to do. You always need to be on the run. You always need to be like a little mouse. You always need to look for opportunities to expand. You always need to sell more, produce, find new markets, right? But is that what we really, really want for individuals? Is that what we want? Yeah, somebody says, I think the book came off as saying, if you work very hard in the system, you might get some cheese. The system can't change, but you can run the race harder. Exactly. You are put into a maze, and someone decides where the cheese goes. You can start asking who puts the cheese and why they put the cheese and why do they take it away and all that. That's not going to help you eat. The only thing you can do, buddy, is sniff out the cheese and enjoy it once you have it, because it can always move. And the thing is, in a world, as somebody says, CEOs moved the cheese. In a world that is determined by corporate interests, the cheese and the location of the cheese, it's all the powerful people. On an individual level, the powerful people, they don't need to do the little rat race. They don't need to work every day and sniff out cheese and always be afraid that it might not be there. They have security. You don't. As Gil Warsh says, the path of freedom leads through the machine. Well, there's no other paths aside from inside the machine, right? At least that's what we get from Who Moved My Cheese. There's not even the possibility of getting out of the maze. There's not even a possibility of even seeing or pointing out the CEO. Because here, the whole moral of the story is not to think or to question. It's a bad thing to think and question. What is good is to act and follow the cheese. Right? It's like a carrot on a stick. It's basically a carrot on a stick. Don't ask who is holding the stick, right? And don't ask who put the carrot at the end of the stick. Just go for the carrot. Sometimes you'll get it, and then another one will appear. And just continue to just focus on the stick, on the carrot. Don't ever think twice. How poor was the propaganda? It was good propaganda. I think it's really good propaganda, and the fact that it's sold as of 2018, 30 million copies worldwide in 37 languages shows that it's good propaganda. But I think it's something that people hello pretty people plus pyro anarchists. I like that. Thank you. We're having some anti-pyro-anarchist sentiment in chat, which I'm very happy to hear. This is exactly what this community needs. But yeah, and especially in the Aaron Reich called it the classic of downsizing propaganda. In a world where downsizing becomes more and more prevalent with neoliberalism, more and more people will have their cheese moved. More and more people lose their jobs, right? And as technology replaces a lot of jobs, as we may know. A lot of people will have their cheese moved. A lot of people will have to take on the adventure of finding a new job, right? A lot of people will fear having to find a new job, but it's not scary, guys. You just got to take the adventure, as the book says. You have to take pleasure into finding new cheese. Of course, if you don't find cheese in the right amount of time, you might starve, but listen, don't let fear immobilize you, all right? You can do it. If you lose your job because of downsizing, because companies are trying to squeeze as much profit as possible out of their companies, then listen, you just got to go somewhere else. There's probably cheese out there somewhere else. But keeping complaining how capitalism sucks and how CEOs just care about profits and not people, and how you have no say into it, like, stop complaining. That's not going to get you some cheese. Keep your head down. Listen to what the masters say, and you'll get your cheese. That's all I had to say. We did more reading than we did explaining, but it was fun. Thank you for sticking out as we read. Yeah, a character died because the CEOs moved the cheese, and because the character did not abide by the CEO's will, and they died. So you don't want to be the person who died, so you better follow the cheese of people who, and follow and do exactly what the people who move the cheese tell you to do. It's realistic. It acknowledges the indifferently cruel and uncaring system and says, live with it with a smile. It's dripping with optimism even. Full of friendly, you can do it, pal, and Hem might learn. Yeah. The system sucks. It's a maze where you get lost and where you sometimes, through a lot of effort, get the ability to eat. But do it with a smile. It's an adventure. It's fun. This is life. It's going through the maze. Right? You can do it, pal. It might be, if you don't like it, it's because you're fearful. You're a coward. If you don't like going through the maze, or if you don't like having to adapt to the wills of your masters, it's because you're afraid. You're a coward. It's not because you're critical of the submission that you need to have to your masters. It's because you're afraid. You're afraid of change. Godspeed, you Speeve says, I also picked up a copy of Homage to Catalonia yesterday. Congrats! Now you need to read it. That's the next step. There's no cheese in end cap. No, there isn't. Many are going to be critical of the message. See, it was written by a person with a doctorate, and just assume that they're smart. Yeah, of course, a lot of people are not going to be critical of the message, but it's normal as well, right? They're there to get advice, not to analyze what's the ideological ideological conclusions that come from such a book and from such reasoning, right? It's submission. That's basically what the book is about. It's about submission. And luckily for the writer and a lot of the people who buy these books for their employees, they don't have to submit. They're actually the ones who move the cheese. Interesting that the whole book is Who Moved My Cheese? And it's supposed to be, all right, asking that question is not the right question to ask. You shouldn't be asking questions. You should be looking for the cheese. It's so evident that it's about not questioning power that they even put in their title. See, Godspeed you speed. How did I know? I said next step is to read it now that you got it. They say, my reading list is massive, but I've pushed it close to the front of the queue. See, I knew. You are, like many people, like me, someone who buys books while having way too many books that they can even read in the first place. All right. So that was fun. Thank you for sticking out with me for this. I'm not ending stream. Don't worry about it. But thank you for sticking out with me for this this weird segment. I don't know if we'll do anything close to that ever again. It was fun, but it's like a one-time thing. So consider yourselves lucky to be here as I do it. Violent Serenity says, I bought more books today that I do not have space for. Buying and reading are different hobbies. Exactly. I read more and more on my phone and on I have a tablet because I'm bougie like that. What sucks is I can't display them. But then I thought that displaying books or buying books like physical copies just to display them, yes, they do look nice, but it's kind of vain. And I don't want to be vain. Everybody's got long reading lists. And instead of reading, look at them. They're reading, what's it called? Who Moved My Cheese with me. There go your priorities. Hey, I'm streaming instead of reading, so. And look at that. Everybody gasp. Graph 8299 just followed. And Graph 8299 did not expect me to shout him out for following me because nobody does that. I don't think so. I don't really watch Twitch. But I feel like follows usually don't grant a shout out. But I shouted you out anyway because I appreciate every single follower that I get. Every single chatter is appreciated, except for those who claim to be of a obscure ideology, which is pyroanarchism. And Graph even messages in chat. Everybody welcome Graph into the community. Everybody say hi. And don't you try to proselytize your ideology. We're a post-ideological chat here. Sneaky Revenant says, pro tip, get the book, then never read it and read a summary instead. Or watch a video about it. That way you feel intellectual without actually reading it. Hey, this is why I make videos on my main channel, summarizing books more and more. So that you can feel intellectual without actually reading, without actually doing the effort. Oh, goodbye, Gear Wars. Maybe they're gone already. Sorry, I didn't get to read your... Now I'm going to feel bad for a second stream in a row about mistreating Gear Wars. 2 days in a row of mistreating a chatter unfairly. Why are you guys so nice? And Graph 8299 says, glad to be here. Good. As far as we know, Graph 8299 could be a fascist. But yet, we still welcome them with open arms. Do you want to listen to my ideology? Oh, you waited. Gear Wars waited for me to say goodbye. All right, now fuck off. Fuck off now. Get out of here. That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke. Graph 8299 says they're not that exciting. They're not going to revolt, which is that's the kind of chatter I need. That's the kind of chat I need. All right, so what are we going to do now? Now that we're done laughing at pro-business propaganda, who moved our cheese? We have two choices. I'm reading. What, you want me to come up with my own thoughts, with my own ideas, and how to communicate them? No. I'm gonna read an author who's already done the thinking for the thoughts they communicate. You okay, Rio? Rio's been sneezing. Oh. I don't know if you heard him. So it's either Anarchist FAQ or the Bread Book. Because this is it's been 4 hours already, so I'm gonna go with whatever's shortest. Anarchist FAQ doesn't seem too bad. Only pyro anarchists have thoughts. See, that's the kind of propaganda I just can't believe. Someone called me a fascist. Huh. Can I ban someone for calling me a fascist? This tyranny, eh? I'll show you what tyranny is. Tyranny. I don't know. All right. We're reading an anarchist FAQ. And it's going to be a fun subject. Oh, Tamer Vadikolas. All right. Have fun, Tamer. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for reading Who Moved My Cheese. Now we're reading Anarchist FAQ. And I'm even going to... Are there any liberal thinkers close to anarchism? There you go. Title updated. We're not reading Who Moved My Cheese anymore, thankfully. Reading an anarchist FAQ. There you go. All right. Oui, oui, baguette, omelette du fromage. You know, omelette de... You can't say omelette du fromage, right? You can't say that. It doesn't make any grammatical sense in French. It just goes to show how French requires more... as I was saying at the beginning of stream, French requires more, what's it called? Raffinity? Can you say raffinity in English? Yeah, you can. Raffinity. Wait, can you? Definition. Oh no, it's not. You can't say raffinity. In French, we say raffinement. Oh, Margot is there. Hello, Margot. J'ai beaucoup, je m'appelle, tu anniversaire et 14 oui oui. Oh, God. You know, sometimes I really like this community because you guys are really, really nice and supportive and loyal. But sometimes you're embarrassing. You're embarrassing, and you know what? I could try to have a better community, but where would I go? I'm bullying you, but I'm kidding, of course. I enjoy you, even if we have disagreements. All right, so we're reading an anarchist FAQ. The today's anarchist FAQ, the 8.4.2, is are there any liberal thinkers close to anarchism? And that's a really interesting point. A lot of Marxists will call anarchists liberals or radical liberals. And I actually asked that question to Anarch. I don't know if it was on stream. I hope it was. I can't get distracted by chat. No, Mr. Journal, you are embarrassing. All right. I can't get distracted by chat. All right. So a lot of the criticism that Marxists will have of anarchists is that, or they're like radical liberals, and I didn't like that criticism because anarchists and leftists in general don't like liberals, but I feel like it's fine. Like a rad lib. I mean, if I'm a rad lib because I still want liberty and equality, and I'm all for freedom of speech and freedom of association and all that, call me a rad lib. I don't know. Right? I don't give a fuck. I guess. And wait, how do I do this? Oh, there you go. Sneaky Revenant says, I don't agree with that. But that anarchists do way more material analysis than liberals. Of course they do. I think at least what I understand from the criticism that anarchists are like liberals is the idea that anarchists respect, for example, freedom, or have the ideas of freedom so close that they're not willing to I understand it. It's like the dogma of liberty, even if it's at the expense of the revolution, right? I don't know if that makes sense, because there's a unity for anarchists of means and ends, right? It's something very important to anarchists, and which we believe distinguishes us. And it's the idea that the means can't be detached from the ends. And if we want a freedom as in the ends, we got to do it through means that promote freedom. I don't think that's something that necessarily a lot of Marxists or MLs believe in, right? Freedom and friendship. So the whole idea that, like, for example, a vanguard party is not very liberal, right? And it's something that anarchism, like if I'm a liberal because I don't want a vanguard party, so be it. I don't give a fuck. Call me a liberal. I'm a lib. So that's what I mean. That's what I mean by it's fine if you call me liberal. And from my understanding, from a lot of people's let's say interpretation, the goals of liberalism were noble, right? Equality, freedom, liberty, what they called brotherhood, are all things that, yeah, we should probably strive for, right? Those are good things. Those are good values to hold as guiding values for society. However, they saw it through private property, and one of the few things that because I think a lot of liberals and anarchists could agree on, like classical liberals and anarchists would agree on like a lot. But the one thing, like there's a couple of things. One is private property, obviously, property rights, capitalism. A lot of liberals thought that, classic liberals thought that capitalism could bring about equality and freedom and liberty and blah, 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 which obviously didn't turn out to be the case. And second, maybe representative democracy, which liberals believed in. Anarchists don't believe in that, obviously. The idea that your will can be represented by someone, again, I'll say it again, I'll say it always, that representative democracy is better described as as a elected or elective aristocracy. So the system of representative democracy and the system of elective aristocracy, to me, have very little to no change. And we basically live in, that's what I believe. I'm in Canada, and most liberal democracies, if not all, even though there's like there might be different shades of let's say democracy, but in that case, there's no democracies out there. It's only elected aristocracies, where you elect aristocrats to be to apparently, or at least in theory, represent your will. But in any case, we would argue that both, sorry, I guess I'm back here. You're stuck with me. I guess both private property, we oppose private property, not because we oppose private property for the sake of opposing private property. We oppose private property because we believe it heavily restricts freedom and equality, which is what liberalism is supposed to achieve, or tend to. We oppose liberal democracy or representative democracy because, again, I believe, and anarchists believe, that it stands in the way of and doesn't promote equality and liberty. Maybe I could expand on that eventually. But for now, pour maintenant, we're talking about this here. All right, let me just make sure that everything's fine. Okay, everything's good. Wait, someone called me, and I just want to make sure that it's not my neighbor. All right. It's not. I don't know their phone numbers by heart. Okay, no, it's not. We're good. Just gotta make sure that they're fine. We got someone, first time in chat. Kingman. What is this? It's me looking at my phone to make sure that my elderly neighbor is fine. All right. Don't Kingman, first time in chat. Don't look at other chatters. They're not relevant. They're not interesting. I'd say 90% of them are trolls. My appearance takes you back to 2012. 2012 was objectively a better time. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. We care for the elderly folks around these parts. I'm probably one of the most ageist and the most critical of elderly folk on this platform. I hate elders. I still gotta take care of them, Look at us. We are great. You're not. What are we reading? We're reading an anarchist FAQ, which is a big project that we decided to to take on. We're at 4.1. If we go here, so every chapter, every answer to every question is almost like 20 to 30 minutes long. And these are all the questions. So you have section A, section B, section C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, and then we're done. But there's all of these as well. They're in the appendixes. So now we're just at A. So I have almost my whole life to read this out loud. But it's fun. We've been having fun, right, chat? We've been having fun. Kingman says, bro, I like my grandparents. What do you have against them? Maybe they're really cool. But pre-internet people, that's what we'll call them. Pre-internet people, they're, how do I say this? They haven't had the privileges that we've had in terms of access to information. Let's just say that. In terms of access to education. Let's just say that. Like I said, I love my neighbor. I love my neighbors, and like over 80 years old. Most of the people here are over 80 years old. But you know, it's not always that great. It's not always that great. But a lot of them are still nice for sure. But there's a generational gap. There's a information gap. There is a lot of differences in culture. And that's something I've been talking about. The generation gap, or the gap in culture between our generation, at least me, I'm 26, who grew up with the internet, who grew up with a variety of point of views all throughout my life, and the gap between that and the generation of the radio and the television, who grew up on a very, very narrowed down cultural offer, right? Who only had a very narrow vision of how the world can be, right? It's not for everyone, but of course, when your culture is determined heavily, a lot more than today is, by small interest, or by big interest, by corporate interest, right? When the media, especially like when it comes to culture, anyway, I've talked about this already. It's been 4 hours and a half. Americans seem very invested in the whole generational wars. It's annoying. I'm not American, but I mean, if you find it annoying, you can find it annoying. There's definitely a generation gap in a lot of our. Yes, I am Canadian. In a lot of our perspective on for the future and for right now. It's okay if you find it annoying. I don't know where you're from, Kingman, or Queenman. The median age in the place where I live is 56 years old. And the fact that if you're 55, you're younger than the majority of the population in my area is felt, not only the dynamism of the place, but in the services offered to the population. There's nothing where I live, right? There's nothing where I live, and right now, the big business that just opened in the city center of my little village, is it a bar? Hell no, of course not. Is it like a cool cafe? No. Is it a cool gathering spot for young people? No. It's a place where they sell pediatrics, I think. So it's like I don't know how to say in English. It's like your like canes and supports for your feet. That's the new city center business that just opened. I live in rural Quebec. Yeah, there is a generational gap in most of the world. That's true, Violent Serenity. I'm just saying that when it's easier to maybe elder healthcare, and when it's easier to ignore the generational gap when there's not so much of an imbalance between old and young people. But when there is, it man lives in French land. I do. That's why I'm that's why I get a chat that hates me. I just feel, yeah, I constantly dox myself. So that's the thing. It's just that I think my own experience, of course, informs the way I feel about older people. Of course, if older people weren't so much of a demographic weight in the region, I wouldn't feel that way. But the thing is, a lot of the services, the culture here is tailored to the needs of an older generation that don't necessarily like change. They should read Who Moved My Cheese. They're really aversive to change, and they're aversive to anything that might be critical, right? Don't ask what pyro-anarchists are. Don't do that. These motherfuckers made up an ideology in chat and are super annoying about it. Don't listen to them. Don't even talk to them. All right? Don't acknowledge them. Don't look at them in the eyes and just keep walking. And yes, you asked earlier if I'm an anarchist. Yes. I am an anarchist. And we're about to read. All right. Enough distraction from chat. And don't listen to pyro-anarchist. They're just a troll. All right, liberalism and anarchism. No, we hate pragmatism, so we're full anarchist because we hate being pragmatic. We hate sounding normal. We hate sounding like we actually want to do anything in the world. We're just full anarchists. Somebody says, I understand now, Mr. Germinal. We are embarrassing. That's what I was talking about earlier. That's what I was talking about. You are embarrassing. See, someone new in chat and they're embarrassed. I'm embarrassed by you. They don't seem to like me anyway. It's all right. All right. Let's read this. We might be done by like 5-hour stream, so I've done enough. We're just gonna read this quickly. We're gonna learn about liberalism and anarchism, or liberal thinkers with anarchist thoughts. 8.4.2. Are there any liberal thinkers close to anarchism? As noted in the last section, there are thinkers in both the liberal and socialist traditions who approach anarchist theory and ideals. This is understandable as anarchism shares certain ideas and ideals with both. However, As will become clear in sections 8.4.3 and 8.4.4, anarchism 8.4.4 anarchism shares most common ground with the socialist tradition it is a part of. This is because classical liberalism is a profoundly elitist tradition. The works of Locke and the tradition he inspired aimed to justify hierarchy, state, and private property. As Carol Pateman notes, open quote, Locke's state of nature, with its father rules and capitalist economy, would certainly not find favor with anarchists, any more than his vision of the social contract and the liberal state it creates. A state which, as Pateman recounts, in which only males who own substantial amounts of material property are the political relevant members of society and exists precisely to preserve the property relationships of the developing capitalist market economy, not to disturb them. That was weird. Anyway, for the majority, the non-propertied, they expressed tacit consent to be ruled by the few by choosing to remain within the one's country of birth when reaching adulthood. End quote. Thus, anarchism is at odds with what can be called the pro-capitalist liberal tradition, which, flowing from Locke, builds upon his rationales for hierarchy. As David Ellerman notes, open quote, there is a whole liberal tradition of apologizing for non-democratic government based on consent, on a voluntary social contract alienating governing rights to a sovereign. In economics, this is reflected in their support for wage labor and the capitalist autocracy it creates, for the employment contract is the modern limited workplace version of such contracts. End quote. This pro-capitalist libertarian... I have a libertarianism in my head because of chat. I have to stop looking at chat. This pro-capitalist liberalism essentially boils down to the liberty to pick a master, or, if you are among the lucky few, to become a master yourself. The idea that freedom means self-determination for all at all times is alien to it. Rather, it is based on the idea of self-ownership, that you own yourself and your rights. Consequently, you can alienate your rights and liberty on the market. As we discussed in section B.4, in practice this means that most people are subject to autocratic rule for most of their waking hours, whether in work or in marriage. The modern equivalent of classical liberalism is the right-wing libertarian traditions associated with Milton Friedman, Robert Nozick, von Hayek, and so forth. As they aim to reduce the state to simply the defender to private property and enforcer of the hierarchies that social institution creates, they can by no stretch of the imagination be considered near anarchism. What is called liberalism in, say, the United States is a more democratic liberal tradition and has, like anarchism, little in common with the shrill pro-capitalist defenders of the minimum state. While they may sometimes be happy to denounce the state's attack on individual liberty, they are more than happy to defend the freedom of the property owner to impose exactly the same restrictions on those who use their land or capital. Given that feudalism combined ownership and rulership, that the governance of people living on land was an attribute of the ownership of that land, it would be no exaggeration to say that the right-wing libertarian tradition is simply its modern voluntary form. It is no more libertarian than the feudal lords who combated the powers of the king in order to protect their power over their own land and serfs. As Chomsky notes, open quote, the libertarian doctrines that are fashionable in the US and UK particularly seem to me to reduce to advocacy of one or another form of illegitimate seem to me to reduce to advocacy of one or another form of illegitimate authority, quite often real tyranny." End quote. Moreover, as Benjamin Tucker noted with regards to their predecessors, while they are happy to attack any state regulation which benefits the many or limits their power, they are silent on the laws and regulations and rights which benefit the few. However, there is another liberal tradition, one which is essentially pre-capitalist, which has more in common with the aspirations of anarchism. As Chomsky put it, can I get you started on Chomsky? Open quote. "These ideas of anarchism grow out of the Enlightenment. Their roots are in Rousseau's discourse on inequality, Humboldt's The Limits of State Action, Kant's insistence in his defense of the French Revolution that freedom is the precondition for acquiring the maturity of freedom. Maturity for freedom, not a gift to be granted when such maturity is achieved. With the development of industrial capitalism, a new and unanticipated system of injustice, it is libertarian socialism that has preserved and extended the radical humanist message of the Enlightenment and the classical liberal ideas that were perverted into an ideology to sustain the emerging social order. In fact, on the very same assumptions that led classical liberalism to oppose the intervention of the state in social life, capitalist social relations are also intolerable. This is clear, for example, from the classic work of Wilhelm von Humboldt, The Limits of State Action, which anticipated and perhaps inspired John Stuart Mill. This classic of liberal thought, completed in 1792, is in its essence profoundly, though prematurely, anti-capitalist. Its ideas must be attenuated beyond recognition to be transmuted into an ideology of industrial capitalism." End quote. Chomsky discusses this in more detail in his essay Language and Freedom, contained in both Reason of State and the Chomsky Reader. As well as Humboldt and Mill, such pre-capitalist liberals would include such radicals as Thomas Paine, who envisioned a society based on artisan and small farmers, i.e., a pre-capitalist economy with a rough level of social equality and, of course, a minimal government. His ideas inspired working-class radicals across the world, and, as E.P. Thompson reminds us, Paine's Rights of Man was, open quote, a foundation text of the English and Scottish working-class movement. While his ideas on government are close to a theory of anarchism, his reform proposals set a source towards the social legislation of the 20th century. End quote. His combination of concern for liberty and social justice places him close to anarchism. Is everything good in chat? Did you guys start talking about Chomsky? Yo, Kant was cooking with that quote. I actually quoted Kant, that exact quote. I don't know where I got it from, but I used that quote exactly when I made my video on anarchism on my main channel, The Canvas. And Sneaky Revenant is leaving. Goodbye, Sneaky Revenant. Thank you for coming. Well, everybody's saying goodbye to Sneaky Revenant. Sneaky Revenant, you should feel very, very, very loved. My voice sounds like Mr. Canvas, right? One day I'll need to check out who that Mr. Canvas is to see. Chat is insufferable. All right. Then there is Adam Smith. While the right, particularly elements of the libertarian right, claim him as a classic liberal, his ideas are more complex than that. For example, as Noam Chomsky points out, Smith advocated the free market because, open quote, it would lead to perfect equality of condition, not just equality of opportunity, end quote. As Smith himself put it, open quote, In a society where things were left to follow their natural course, where there is perfect liberty, it would mean that advantages would soon return to the level of other employments, and so the different employments of labor and stock must be either perfectly equal or continually tending to equality. End quote. Nor did he oppose state intervention or state aid for the working classes. For example, he advocated public education to counter the negative effects of the division of labor. Moreover, he was against state intervention because whenever, open quote, a legislature, I don't know how to say that word, a legislature attempts to regulate differences between masters and their workmen, its counselors are always the masters. When regulation, therefore, is in favor of the workmen, it is always just and equitable. But it is otherwise when in favor of the masters. He notes how the law would punish workers' combination. He notes how the law would punish workers' combinations very severely while ignoring the master's combinations. If it dealt impartially, it would treat the masters in the same manner. End quote. Can you hear the lawnmower outside? It's really bad. Oh, look at that. Someone who first time in chat. Just lurking a bit for now. We've got a lurker in chat. Tired floor. And they followed me 5 minutes ago. Did we get an alert? Thank you for lurking. Thank you for being there. I wish more chatters were lurkers. Don't get me started on starting. See, this is what I mean. Can't hear anything? Good. They're really annoying. All right. Thus, state intervention was to be opposed in general because the state was run by the few for the few, which would make state intervention benefit the few, not the many. It is doubtful Smith would have left his ideas on laissez-faire unchanged. It is doubtful Smith would have left his ideas on laissez-faire unchanged if he had lived to see the development of corporate capitalism. It is this critical edge of Smith's work are conveniently ignored by those claiming him for the classical liberal tradition. Smith, argues Chomsky, was, open quote, a pre-capitalist and anti-capitalist person with roots in the Enlightenment. Yes, he argues, the classical liberals, the Thomas Jeffersons and the Smiths, were opposing the concentrations of power that they saw around them. They didn't see other forms of concentration of power which only developed later. When they did see them, they didn't like them. Jefferson was a good example. He was strongly opposed to the concentrations of power that he saw developing and warned that the banking institutions and the industrial corporations, which were barely coming into existence in his day, would destroy the achievements of the revolution. End quote. We're getting some based Jeffersons and based Smiths, aren't we? Yeah, not controversial in this community. Gotta go again, Violent Serenity. All right, good night. Yeah, it might be getting pretty late for the European friends. We started quite early, so thank you for being here. Oh, now we're going to talk about tankies in chat. I've spoken once about tankies. I think Pyroanarchist put it in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 words, and it's a really good definition. A good 6-word definition. As far as 6-word definitions goes, ergo. All right, let's continue. As Murray Bookchin notes, Jefferson, open quote, is most clearly identified in the early history of the United States with the political demands and interests of the independent farmer proprietor, end quote. In other words, with pre-capitalist economic form. In other words, with pre-capitalist economic forms. We also find Jefferson contrasting the aristocrats and the democrats. The former are, open quote, those who fear and distrust the people, and wish to draw all powers from them into the hands of the higher classes. The Democrats identify with the people, have confidence in them, cherish and consider them as the honest and safe depository of the public interest, if not always the most wise. End quote. As Chomsky notes, the aristocrat. As Chomsky notes, open quote, no. As Chomsky notes, the open quote aristocrats were the advocates of the rising capitalist state, which Jefferson regarded with dismay, recognizing the obvious contradiction between democracy and capitalism. End quote. Claudio J. Katz's essay on Thomas Jefferson's liberal anti-capitalism usually explores these issues. End quote. No, not end quote. What the fuck? Claudio J. Katz's essay on Thomas Jefferson's liberal anti-capitalism usually explores these issues. Kingman says, bro, are you just going to read the manifesto for the next couple of hours? Yes, I am. Well, I read one chapter. Usually takes about like 30, 40 minutes. But I do it at the end of my streams. And it's been 5 hours, so that's what I'm gonna do for the next couple of minutes, and then I'll hang out with chat for 2 seconds, and then we'll be done. I need to do this. I either do this on my own time or I can stream it with you. And I don't want to do it on my own time. I might as well turn it into content, right? Jefferson even went so far as to argue that, open quote, a little rebellion now and then is a good thing. It is a medicine necessary for the sound health of government. The tree of liberty must be refreshened from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. End quote. However, his libertarian credentials are damaged by him being both a president of the United States and a slave owner, but compared to the other founding fathers of the American state, his liberalism is of a democratic form. As Chomsky reminds us, open quote, all the founding fathers hated democracy. Thomas Jefferson was a partial exception, but only partial. The American state, as a classical liberal state, was designed, to quote James Madison, to protect the minority of the opulent from the majority. Or to repeat John Jay's principle, the people who own the country ought to govern it. End quote. If America is a formally democracy rather than an oligarchy, it is in spite of rather than because of classical liberalism. Then there is John Stuart Mill, who recognized the fundamental contradictions in classical liberalism. How can an ideology which proclaims itself for individual liberty support institutions which systematically nullify that liberty in practice? For this reason, Mill attacked patriarchal marriage, arguing that marriage must be a voluntary association between equals with, open quote, sympathy and equality, living together in love, without power on one side or obedience on the other. Rejecting the idea that there had to be an absolute master in any association, he pointed out that in partnership in business, it is not found or thought necessary to enact that in every partnership. One partner shall have entire control over the concern, and the others shall be bound to obey his rule. End quote. Yet his own example showed the flaw in liberal support for capitalism, for the employee is subject to a relationship in which power accrues to one party and obedience to another. Unsurprisingly, therefore, he argued that, open quote, the The form of association which is mankind. The form of association which is mankind. The form of association which is mankind continue to improve, must be expected in the end to predominate, is not. He argued that open quote, the form of association which is mankind continue to improve must be expected in the end to predominate, is not that which can exist between a capitalist and is not that which can exist between a capitalist as chief and work people without a voice in management, but the association of the laborers themselves on terms of equality, collectively owning the capital, and working under manners elected and removable by themselves. End quote. That's quite based. Holy shit. Autocratic management during working hours is hardly compatible with Mill's maxim that open quote, over himself, over his own body and mind, the individual is sovereign, end quote. Mill's opposition to centralized government and wage slavery brought his ideas closer to anarchism than most liberals, as did his comment that the, open quote, social principle of the future was how to unite the greatest individual liberty of action with a common ownership in the raw materials of the globe, and equal participation of all in the benefits of combined labor, end quote. His defense of individuality on liberty is a classic, if flawed, work and his defense on individuality on liberty is a classic, if flawed, work, and his analysis of socialist tendencies, chapters on socialism, is worth reading for its evaluation of their pros and cons from a democratic liberal perspective. Like Proudhon, Mill was a forerunner of modern-day market socialism and a firm supporter of decentralization and social participation. This, argues Chomsky, is unsurprising for pre-capitalist classical liberal thought. Open quote. I feel like sometimes there's missing words. I have this feeling. Is unsurprising for pre-capitalist classical liberal thought, open quote, is opposed to state intervention in social life as a consequence of deeper assumptions about the human need for liberty, diversity, and free association. On the same assumptions, capitalist relations of production, wage labor, competitiveness, the ideology of possessive individualism, all must be regarded as fundamentally anti-human. Libertarian socialism is properly to be regarded as the inheritor of the liberal ideals of the Enlightenment. End quote. Oh, we're already done. Holy shit. Thus, anarchism shares commonality with pre-capitalist and democratic liberal form. Thus, anarchism shares commonality with pre-capitalist and democratic liberal forms. The hopes of these liberals were shattered with the development of capitalism. To quote Rudolf Rocker's analysis, open quote, liberalism and democracy were preeminently political concepts, and since the great majority of the original adherents of both maintained the right of ownership in the old sense, these had to renounce them both when economic development took a course which could not be practically reconciled with the original principles of democracy, and still less with those of liberalism. Democracy with its motto of all citizens equal before the law, and liberalism with its right of man over his own person, both shipwrecked on the realities of the capitalist economic form. So long as millions of human beings in every country had to sell their labor power to a small minority of owners and to sink into the most wretched misery if they could find no buyers, the so-called equality before the law remains merely a pious fraud, since the laws are made by those who find themselves in possession of the social wealth. But in the same way, there can But in the same way, there can also be no talk of a right over one's own person, for that right ends when one is compelled to submit to the economic dictation of another if he does not want to starve. End quote. There you go. On a terminé. Holy shit. What a stream. What a ride. All right. Whew. Wow, we made it. We did so much. We read part of the cheese book as opposed to the bread book. We read a chapter of FAQ. We even did the whole segment on free will, which was really, really, really fun. Thank you so much, everyone, for contributing. It was amazing. Cheese du fromage. No. Your attempt at speaking French is both embarrassing and betrays your lack of refinement. Baguette. What the no. Stop it. We made it through the maze. We've got the cheese, everyone. We finally got to the cheese. All right. So tomorrow I won't be streaming because I really want to work on that video on wage slavery. And then Wednesday, if we can on Wednesday, I'll be streaming. So we'll be streaming on Wednesday. Oh, I don't know. From YouTube. Gingia. First time chatter? Oh. Did I miss the alert? Was there an alert? This alert is so unreliable. So, sorry, Gingia. I've been streaming now for 5 hours. 5 hours on the dot. Well, 5 hours and 1 minute. So I'll take a little break. I'll work on the video tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be done the script by tomorrow. And then I can come back on Wednesday, and then we can read Conquest of Bread Chapter 2. I'm sure we'll have other things to talk about. I'll probably post the video on anarcho-primitivism by then and see if there's anarcho-primitivists who will revolt in chat. Or not in chat, but in the comments. Maybe that's going to be something funny to talk about. Hi, Gingia. I'm nobody from YouTube. There you go. I'm Canvas from YouTube. I'm kidding. It's because people keep comparing me to Canvas on YouTube. You will have more chair stream on Wednesday, probably. You know what? Maybe you'll have a chair stream tomorrow. Because tomorrow is Tuesday and I don't plan on streaming. So maybe I can ask the chair to stream. It depends on how the chair feels. All right? All right. You do look like the Canvas, to be honest. Yeah, I get that a lot. I don't know why. Less lumberjack though. Yeah. Today I went my business casual. Lumberjack's coming back on Wednesday. Don't worry about it. Sound like Mr. Canvas too. I know, right? I'll have to look at them. I'll try to look up Mr. Canvas before next Wednesday as well. Don't forget to subscribe to Germinal, the segments YouTube channel. Germinal, you can write Germinal Anarchy and you'll find it. Don't forget to follow this. We're at 78 followers. That's crazy. Thank you everyone for following. And I think that's it. Is there anything else? My main channel, the Canvas. Go subscribe to that. Check out the Patreon. Is that it? Patreon? Patreon.com/the Canvas. My Instagram. Check out the Discord. Yeah, we didn't even have time to celebrate the 69. Anyway, all right. Discord, everything, Instagram. If you're on Discord, you'll get notifications when I'm live. All right, I'll copy the Discord in chat. Just for the people who, just for the lurkers out there. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, Tired Floor. I know you're lurking. I know you're out there lurking. Join the Discord. And then Kingman, Kingman's gonna come back. They said they'll be back and we'll be done. Might not see them for a while now. All right. Enough fucking around. Go be productive. Go read something. Shoo, get out of my chat. Get out of my stream. Oh, wait. No. Stay. I'll raid. I'll do a raid to the Surfs, who's also Canadian. All right? I've never done this before. I don't even know how that works. All of you are going to the Surfs. I can do that now. Goodbye. Oh, you're unable to raid a channel. I thought that would be really cool. Maybe we don't have enough people. All right, I'll just end channel. I'll end the stream just like that then. Fuck it. Don't tell me you leave. You leave. Maybe if I refresh. Raid channel. Unable to raid at this time. Why am I not able to raid? Unable to raid at this time. Oh, it's because we're too little. We probably don't have a big enough viewer count to raid. It's fine. You know what? If they don't want my raid, they won't have it. Oh, Chabs, first time in chat. It says bonne soirée. Oh no, you've been here for a while. You've been here for 3 hours. All right. I thought you just arrived. But thank you for commenting. It's your first time in chat saying bonne soirée. Ou Habs, maybe Montreal Canadiens. Je lurke, voilà. Probably a Montreal Canadiens fan. Hockey fan. Bon. Au revoir tout le monde, en français. Ce fut un grand plaisir. Je lurke. Non, c'est même pas un fan des Habs. Merci tout le monde. Maintenant, vous pouvez partir. Papillon au fromage. Non, quittez. Allez. Oust. Allez-vous-en. Je peux vous voir.